Morning. Today looks on track to be boring as fuck. Wonder if we have any interesting speeches or anything. We do have a 30-year auction later. So, oh, we got Bessant at the Senate again today. Oh no, at Senate today versus the House. Oh, fuck. Starts at 10, so we got a few minutes. Hmm. Am I, oh shit. Why the fuck am I muted on Discord? Weird. Sorry about that. Don't worry, I haven't said anything. Uh, Goldman Sachs cut 12-month US recession probabilities 30 to 35%. My Lego Titanic play isn't printing as hard as I want yet. Please poke end phase with a stick. What's it doing? Still grinding around 45. I mean, it's above support, which is good, but it's probably got a little bit of consolidation before it can move higher. That's why there was some theta slapped on that bitch. Yeah, yeah, no, being sell side has been pretty fucking fantastic. You think they're gunning for 60-50 with a mild PPI print? Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. Gamma to the upside of like 20 is pretty flat, so there's still a bit of room for them, a bit of room for where they need to push higher. But I think we're already like, fairly stable here at open. We're well above the 6,000 mark. Trump said something positive this morning about the China trade deal or some shit. Non-existent trade deal. And the market's busy celebrating 55 fucking percent tariffs that weren't in place 6 months ago. But all of this does very little to address longer run issues. Of July's, yeah, smart. PPI puts I bought for 91, printed to 55. This is this MOASS the kids were waiting for? Were you the guy who was talking about his GME puts yesterday? Congrats on Cohen fucking everyone. Any small caps of interest post the print? PPI wasn't cooler. Really, it was just flat, which is super boring. Probably not going to shake things up much. Oh, Russell's down this morning. Interestingly, correlation's kind of breaking down a bit today, too. Holy shit. Ow.
Thank you, Secretary Bessant, for appearing before the committee today, particularly since you're coming directly from critical trade negotiations with China. You and Ambassador Greer made progress, which we may learn more about during today's hearing. I strongly support this engagement and the President's policy to press China to open up to American trade. Nevertheless, the primary purpose for today's hearing is to discuss equally two critical issues: the President's budget for fiscal year 2026, as well as ongoing tax reform efforts. The President's budget and economic agenda aim to put our country back on track by cutting wasteful government spending and unleashing economic growth, simultaneously boosting jobs, wages, and government revenue. The administration has made significant progress in reducing spending by streamlining processes and improving efficiencies across agencies, including the Internal Revenue Service. While some warned fiscal prudence at the IRS would harm tax collection, the opposite has proven true. Individual income and payroll tax receipts came in $120 billion higher this year, in line with Congressional Budget Office projections. These numbers are further evidence that Washington does not have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. A critical part of the President's agenda, and my top priority as Finance Committee Chairman, is to permanently extend the successful 2017 Trump tax cuts and prevent a more than $4 trillion tax hike on American families and workers. The 2017 Trump tax cuts increased investment, boosted economic growth, and allowed taxpayers to keep more of their hard-earned money. Far from a handout to the wealthy, the reforms lowered tax rates for Americans of all income levels, and middle-class families reaped the largest proportional benefits. If these tax cuts expire, all Americans will be hit with the largest tax hike in U.S. history. The majority of the increase will fall on those making less than $400,000 per year. The average family will see a $1,700 tax increase. Small business owners will lose both their lower rates and the small business deduction, facing rates up to 43%. Millions of families will see their child tax credit and their death tax exemptions cut in half. Republicans are committed to preventing this tax hike and making the 2017 tax cuts permanent while delivering additional tax relief to middle-class families. The House passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill was a significant achievement, and we're capitalizing on that momentum to deliver a bill to the President's desk as quickly as possible. This legislation recognizes that extending proven tax reform is critical for working families. The bill also recognizes the solution to our debt crisis is not to tax Americans more. It is to spend less. Tax revenues surpassed estimates this filing season, and tax revenue as a percent of GDP has remained consistent over the last 50 years at about 17%. Simply extending current tax policy will not increase that deficit. Republicans are undertaking significant spending reductions and have targeted more than $1.5 trillion in savings.
It's illegal
the
that
single
they're
largest
attaching
reduction in
tax
mandatory
cuts to a
spending
bill
in
with
history.
other bullshit.
These reforms target waste,
Budget
fraud,
bills are
and
supposed
abuse
to
that
be
proliferated in our spending
supposed to be
programs during the
free of
pandemic and
policy
under the Biden
changes.
administration. I understand some of my colleagues are now raising process concerns that they did not adhere to in the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021 or the Manchin-Schumer deal that became the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. However, Congress must act quickly to prevent an over $4 trillion tax hike on virtually all Americans, the largest in U.S. history. Moreover, Senate Republicans are committed to providing families and businesses the certainty they need to invest and plan for the future, as well as to provide additional middle-class tax relief and take steps to lower the deficit with serious spending reforms. This is the best approach to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for all Americans. Thank you again, Secretary Bessant, for being here today, and I look forward to our discussion. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning's hearing could be the only opportunity the Democratic senators have to question a top Trump official about the truly disastrous bill Republicans are writing behind closed doors. Robert Kennedy Jr. has been invited to appear. It looks like he's ducking us. Oz is waffling on the promise he made in this room to hear from rural Oregonians about this bill's catastrophic Medicaid cuts. There's a legislative wrecking ball about to devastate the lives of millions of Americans. That needs to be the focus of this hearing. While Senate Republicans are making these small tweaks to their bill, countless millions of people across the country feel like they're living on a knife's edge. Nurses and firefighters, teachers and machinists, they're living paycheck to paycheck, barely staying ahead of the bills. They're overworked and they're concerned about providing for their kids or caring for an older loved one. They see a rigged economy that creates enormous prosperity at the top, but denies it to nearly everybody else. The plan Donald Trump and Republicans are scrambling to pass is going to do virtually nothing for them. In fact, it would make their lives worse. It's no exaggeration to say the Republican plan would ruin millions of lives to help the ultra-wealthy buy yachts and vacation homes. Their bill isn't a tax and spending cut, it's a class war. It is caviar over kids. It is Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. The version that passed the House, the only text we have to go by now since this is all unfolding in secret, includes the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in American history. More than $800 billion cut out of Medicaid. Nearly $300 billion cut from the Affordable Care Act. More than $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare. For Donald Trump and Republicans to hide behind the flimsy claim that this will not cut benefits is absurd. To say their bill protects seniors and kids and veterans and people with disabilities is absurd. It's insulting to the intelligence of millions of people who have health insurance today and stand to lose it as a direct result of this bill. 16 million Americans lose their health care. Working class and middle class Americans will be ensnared in a thicket of red tape, costing them their Medicaid and ACA benefits and making health coverage entirely unaffordable. This is going to inflame the mental health crisis in America. It's going to set back our progress against fentanyl deaths. Kids with disabilities will lose home care and school-based services. The cuts are going to shutter rural hospitals and take nurses out of nursing homes, exposing seniors to abuse and neglect. My view is the $300 billion cut to SNAP can only be described as cruel. 2 million kids lose some or all of their food assistance they receive today. It's just unthinkable that elected leaders in a country as rich as ours would knowingly inflict hunger on millions of kids. It'll set those kids back for years and years. A new study on the health issue found that the bill will cost thousands and thousands of lives, preventable deaths each year. Why make that choice? Why ruin all these millions of lives by stripping away their health insurance and jacking up the cost of living to pay for handouts to big corporations and the wealthy? That is an awful choice that Donald Trump and Republicans have made. The bill gives big corporations $1 trillion in new tax breaks, and they're hiding the cost once again with budget gimmicks. It would give the top 0.1% of earners a tax break of more than $250,000 each year. Looking just at the tax changes, the typical lower income family would be lucky enough to cover groceries for a week in the Republican plan. 14 million families, particularly those of modest incomes, are going to get a tax increase. And when you factor in the Medicaid cuts, the food assistance cuts, and the tariffs that the secretary who joins us today once denied American families would not pay, nobody outside the fabulously wealthy is going to benefit from the tax changes.
30 is the first
that overall Trump
kind of
agenda
resistance
is a
here.
big net loser for the vast majority of Americans. That's not tax reform. That's not a spending cut.
30.
That is a class war. Millions
And I'm not
of
really
typical
sure it's
families will
that
be made worse
meaningful,
off,
but
and tens of thousands of people will die preventable deaths each
Gamma
year
flattens
to pay
out
for
above
tax
30
breaks for corporations and the very
pretty
rich.
much at every
That's what
strike. So,
Republicans have
like 30 to
offer.
50 is really easy.
So this committee has a chance now to have a serious debate. I'm sure there are one or two people in the room who may share a different view than I do. Let's have a serious debate, because this is a watershed moment that's going to change our country for generations to come, and it should not be playing out in secret. And one last point I want to mention, Mr. Chairman. I think there was questions about the process. We are asking for the kind of
Irony, if you
open
deleted all the
markup,
entitlements
the
to
kind of thing
government,
we did on clean
back then
energy
managing all of
taxes,
them, just
where
issue a
we
form of
debated
UBI.
in this room
I
and
think there would
elsewhere
be
for
hundreds of
hours and
millions of
hours in open
savings.
and
Oh, yeah.
lots of
Yeah, there
amendments.
would be.
Let's do that for the big issues. We did it on clean energy.
But how are you going to give, like, your buddies jobs as
Before I get
directors
to,
of departments that don't do
Secretary Bessant, I just
anything?
have to say, the markup you're talking about had nothing to do with what went into the reconciliation bill. And the reconciliation bills that were done in the last administration were done exactly through the same process that we are pursuing today.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, clean energy is in the reconciliation bill.
But not the one we marked up.
We had a big
trading
debate
NQ
about
right
it,
now.
and essentially it is those issues that Republicans are against, and we debated it in open session. I want to do that. That's what my colleagues want to do.
Well, as you can see, Mr. Secretary, there are different points of view up here. We're here to hear from you. We appreciate you being here with us, and you may proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, I'm grateful to join you here today. Treasury is committed to working with Congress to improve our nation's finances, create new jobs, and strengthen the economy. We look forward to coordinating with you on the President's budget and his tax priorities in the coming weeks. As part of this effort, I wish to highlight today the Treasury Department's efforts to advance President Trump's economic agenda on tax and trade. First, tax. I'm pleased to report the Treasury has just concluded its most successful filing season in years, and we did so while improving efficiencies and cutting costs at the IRS. Critics of the President's efforts to modernize the IRS warned that the effort would result in a 10% shortfall in receipts. Instead, the opposite happened. April receipts this year were up 9.5% over the previous year, and receipts in May were up 14.7% over the previous year. Most remarkably, the President was able to achieve these results while reducing $20 billion in waste on planned IT spending at the IRS. This success has taken place against a backdrop of one of the most consequential tax proposals ever to come before Congress, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The One Big Beautiful Bill will make the 2017 tax cuts permanent. This will provide individuals and businesses with certainty and build economic momentum. The legislation is clearly and squarely aimed at boosting the working and middle class and reinvigorating American manufacturing. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, The One Big Beautiful Bill will raise take-home pay between $7,800 and $13,300 for the average family of four. It will increase wages between $6,100 to $11,600 for the average worker, and it will cement no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and tax cuts for seniors. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also incentivize unprecedented investment in U.S. manufacturing. The legislation will provide 100% expensing for new factories, as well as existing factories that expand operations and support Made in America. And it will streamline burdensome permitting processes that often stand in the way of new manufacturing products. It's time for this country to start building things again, and the One Big Beautiful Bill makes this possible. The administration is grateful for the House's efforts to advance the One Big Beautiful Bill. We now look
Why
forward
the
to working
fuck do
closely
seniors
with
get
this
tax
committee
cuts? 'Cause of
and
fixed
other members of
income.
the Senate to get this legislation to the president's desk. Second, trade is the second topic I wish to highlight. The progress we have made on tax issues over the last 4 months complements the significant progress we have made in rebalancing the global economy. Since I last testified before Congress in May, the President announced an historic U.S.-UK trade deal. This arrangement, which creates a $5 billion export opportunity for American ranchers, farmers, and manufacturers, is a preview of what's to come. Dozens of countries have engaged the administration thus far with offers to improve their trade relations with the United States. This includes China. Yesterday, in the early hours of the morning, I returned from successful negotiations in London with the Chinese delegation. I'm confident these negotiations will bring balance to the economic relationship between our two economies. China has a singular opportunity to stabilize its economy by shifting away from excess production towards greater consumption. But the country needs to be a reliable partner in
Old peeps are poor as fuck, largely,
China
yeah.
will course correct by upholding its end of the initial trade agreement we outlined in Geneva, and I believe after our talks in London, they likely will, then a rebalancing of the world's two largest economies is possible. I would also like to thank His Majesty's government for arranging the use
I
of the
wouldn't have
magnificent
called
Lancaster House as a meeting
Reagan or
venue
Bush
for the
Senior or
United States and
Junior
Chinese
strong
delegations to
leaders.
help stabilize
Also,
our
maybe
trade.
not Clinton either.
By challenging
Clinton
the
did a lot to
decades-old
fuck up our
status quo on
economy
tax and
on a
trade,
permanent
President Trump
basis.
is bringing new life into the American economy.
We haven't had good
500,000
leaders since
private
like
sector payroll jobs have been added
pre-1950.
since January. Most importantly, inflation in the U.S. is at its slowest pace since 2021 on decelerating cost increases for shelter.
There's a
food,
reason for
and
that.
energy. After 4 years of price increases diminishing the U.S. standard of living, inflation is showing substantial improvement due to the administration's policies. Furthermore, the labor market remains strong with low unemployment and plentiful labor demand as job openings remain high. The strength has been exemplified in the recent performance of the stock market. And I'd like to respond to the ranking member's charges of the distributional aspects of the One Big Beautiful Bill. I would note that thanks to his party's policies, the summer of 2024 saw a record amount of European vacations taken by Americans and record food bank usage. That's what their policies did. The president's bold leadership on these issues has laid the foundation for a golden age economy. With your help, we can build on that foundation to create even greater prosperity and abundance for the American people. We'll hope you will join us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank
Not
you, Mr.
all faults
Secretary.
point
And I'll
back to
start out with
Reagan,
questions.
but
Before
some
I
of
make a
them.
question, I'd like to just say it is refreshing to hear you talk about the fact that the United States is finally back in the game of trade negotiations. Our former president, President Biden, proudly announced in his presidency that he would not engage in bilateral trade negotiations and refused to have a single one during his term. Now we are engaged in trade negotiations, and other countries are coming to the table to deal with this, and I was very pleased to hear your report on that. My first question gets to the tax reform issue that you've already referenced. As you know and can tell from what's already been said today, There are two very different views as to what it
WeBull's
is
about
that
to
we
put
are doing.
100 million into Facebook
Nobody can
ads.
deny, though, that our top
mean-
focus is to extend the Tax Code and Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017. Could you tell us for just a minute what would happen if Congress does not extend the 2017 tax code?
Senator, I believe it would be what is known in economics as a sudden stop. It would be cataclysmic for the economy if this is not extended. And as always, working Americans would bear the brunt. There would be job losses, economic losses in markets, a substantial increase in
How fast do you think we could get to 60/50? We might get a little bit of a pullback here
revenues,
at 30.
and it is unthinkable what would happen.
Well, thank you. And let's talk about what would happen if we do extend the TCJA and the other pro-growth provisions that we have in the legislation that we are working on right now. Can you talk about the importance of the pro-growth tax provisions, the economic impact, and some of the existing and new provisions will have on workers?
Yes. So first, let's examine the extension and permanence of the TCJA. Making this permanent will give an economic impetus to the U.S. economy as households and businesses have greater certainty. I've met with numerous business leaders since I was confirmed on January 28th, and while they are confident that the bill would pass, without 100% surety, they are holding back on their capital expenditure plans. Even last week, they told me that there is an substantial planned increase that will be in capital expenditures that will be unleashed.
You can't just
by
call out
US
pricing this
and
early
foreign
in the day.
corporations that will
Why not?
benefit American workers. In terms of households, we will see the continued increase for working Americans from TCJA, which led to strong non-inflationary growth, as opposed to what we saw during the Biden years of substantial inflation. Furthermore, the president's proposals for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, making auto loans deductible for new American cars, and tax savings for seniors will benefit working Americans and the bottom 50% of wage earners. So it is a unique combination that it will provide substantial business stimulus and it will provide substantial relief to the affordability crisis that has been generated over the past 4 years.
Thank you. And finally, my last question is, critics have recently as just now, called this bill a tax cut for billionaires. Even when the data shows that the middle-income families benefited the most from the Trump tax cuts and have the most to lose if they expire. Can you tell us what the benefits of this legislation are for working families who are still recovering from the cost of record inflation under the administration?
Yes, sir. They will, as I outlined in my opening remarks, they will see substantial increases in their household income. And more importantly, they will see real wage growth as they did under TCJA in 2018, 2019, going into January 2020, pre-COVID, when hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. The bottom 50% of working Americans had household net worth increases that were substantially in excess of the top 10% and 1% household increases.
And you may not have this data at your fingertips, but my recollection is that at that time, as a result of the TCJA, the lower and middle income families had a higher percentage rate of income growth than did the wealthy. Do you have that statistic at your?
I don't have it here, but that's captured in what I said, where hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. So the benefits inured to the bottom 50% of wage earners.
Right,
much greater than the top 10%.
All right. Thank you very much. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Secretary, around here we use the Joint Committee on Taxation to analyze key legislation. And they took a look at the House bill, the bill that you and the administration are in favor of. And the Joint Committee on Taxation found that under the House bill, high earners who bring in several $1 million a year will get tax breaks of $250,000. This comes from the people that we asked to do the analysis. So if we got to make choices, who are you with? Are you with those high earners that the Joint Committee on Taxation found?
Some
Or
of
do
the
you think it's
downside
more
support's
important that
pulling
2
back a
million hungry
little.
kids in America have enough to eat?
Senator, I think you're playing a game of semantics here. You're using absolute.
Why don't you just answer the question?
Why don't you ask an honest question?
It's Joint Committee on Taxation, sir.
we are talking absolutes and the answer is percentages. With TCJA, the top 10% share of taxes went from 37% to 45%.
I asked a very simple question based on the independent scorekeepers about who you value, and you're not responding, and I guess that's your constitutional right. Let me move on to tariffs. So at your nomination hearing, I asked you whether Americans would pay the blanket tariffs that President Trump wanted to impose, and you said no. Now, since then, a number of analysts have said these tariffs are going to hit American families like a wrecking ball, something like $2,500 a year. Major companies like
Bessant's
Walmart,
head is
Mattel, and
fucking
Ford
massive,
have all suggested that
metaphorically.
they need to raise consumer prices as the tariffs hit them. Some companies have already had to raise prices, like Stanley Black and Decker. So here's what you said. Nobody's making this stuff up. Here's what you said. Walmart will be absorbing some of the tariffs. Some may get passed on to consumers. Your words. So, another chance on the issue. Do American consumers pay the tariffs?
Again, Senator, you're cherry picking because Walmart makes decisions based on their customers. Two other very large retailers, and this is not an advertisement for them, Amazon and Home Depot have chosen not to pass on tariffs. And there seems to be a new version of TDS, which I would call tariff derangement syndrome. And many on your side seem disappointed that there is no inflation today. As a matter of fact, we saw the best inflation numbers since 2020. So there has been nothing passed on. There has been no tariff recession. So no inflation, no recession due to tariffs.
It's been
So
a
let the
fucking
record
month and a
show that
half.
Once again, the Secretary of Treasury doesn't think American consumers are.
Is that what he's going to try to sell?
We say to all those people who are trying to pay medical bills and food bills and the like that are still going up, they know they're paying tariffs. Let me move on to an issue.
I'm sorry, Senator, but
It's my time, Mr. Secretary.
I'm sorry, Senator, but the data doesn't show that.
Okay. We can have a difference of opinion.
Difference of data.
The Senate is coping with healthcare choices that are enormously important. Just as a matter of your thinking, what do you think is the largest employer in rural America?
Sorry?
What do you think is the largest employer in rural America?
The largest single employer?
No, the sector.
The largest industry?
The sector, yes.
I would assume it would be agriculture.
It is rural healthcare. And it is why all of us up here disagree so strongly with what this administration is doing. And the tax bill is going to accelerate the closure of rural hospitals. People who basically are the key to surviving in rural, life. And our colleagues, Senator Markey, Senator Merkley, Senator Schumer are going to release new data that hundreds of rural hospitals across the country stand to lose under the Republican reconciliation bill, which apparently you guys don't know is going to clobber the big economic engine in rural America. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about whether you're willing to make changes to protect a crucial area of the American economy. In fact, I think it is fair to say almost all of us up here, the chairman and I, for example, we have the honor to represent a big chunk of the rural West. And I want to know if you're willing to make changes so that we can protect the economic of survival of these rural communities, which means their hospitals.
We are quite satisfied with the healthcare portion of this and the adjustments to Medicaid.
I would just say to colleagues, my time is up. When you're home over the break and the like, ask your rural hospitals if they're satisfied with what they're going to get in the House changes, because I think they'll tell you they feel like they're going to get hit by a wrecking ball, and that'll happen in Kansas and Oregon and all across the land. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming in today, and thanks for having this hearing. Secretary Bessant, the last time you were here, I asked you about your emphasis on domestic discretionary funding in your opening statement. You had stated, quote, "We must adjust federal domestic discretionary spending to get our fiscal house in order while striking an urgent tone on our growing deficit." I mentioned to you then that domestic discretionary spending is only 15% of our budget. And I think if you were serious about deficit reduction, you might not push for tax cuts that almost certainly could not be offset by discretionary adjustments alone. And now, of course, we know you can't. Today, we actually have the details of your plan. Take health care from 10
we pay
million
these
Americans,
guys. I know.
126,000 Coloradans. Cut nutrition assistance for millions of adults. Sunset clean energy investments that are so critical to the American West. Give over 40% of the tax benefits of this bill to the top 5%. And it's not even close to being paid for. Even my colleagues on the Republican side, who for years and years and years have claimed to be the fiscally responsible party, now are admitting that it's not paid for. This bill adds another $2.4 trillion to our national debt. It will push the deficit to GDP ratio up to 7%, which you said when you were here before was unsustainable, far from the 3% target that you described. If you look at your proposals taken together, there is no getting around the fact. There is no getting around the fact that the richest Americans receive an average tax cut of $300,000, which again, we're not paying for with the discretionary.
You can avoid paying them by losing money every year.
So once
Life
again,
hack.
we will have to borrow money in order to assist the people in this country who least need a tax cut at this moment, while the Americans who have been made miserable by the economy that they're in actually see income reduced because of cuts to Medicaid and cuts to SNAP. Meanwhile, and I think, Mr. Chairman, this is really important, meanwhile, interest rates are at 20-year highs. Moody's has slashed our credit rating because of the fiscal irresponsibility of this administration. The World Bank has cut our growth estimates in half, and the bond markets are screaming at us to stop. We now pay, and we are paying this year, more in interest than we are in the national defense. Secretary Bessant, how can you square your concern with fiscal health with deficit finance growth for families that need those tax cuts least?
You know what, Gloria? Selling pits is pretty awesome. Yeah, it is.
We did not get here. We inherited this fiscal situation that I believe.
Well, you inherited from Donald Trump, who was here.
WeBull code in the
Mr.
description
Bessant,
for what?
No,
Yes,
sir.
you did, Mr.
No,
Bessant.
sir.
You inherited from Donald Trump.
I get it.
He's the
Nice.
first president to come back after a 4-year hiatus, after we know exactly what the last tax cuts did, which was blow a massive hole in our deficit and debt. You can't sit here and lie about that. It's true. The data, to coin a phrase, the data shows that that's the result. The math shows that that is the result. No one on this side of the aisle admits anymore that or claims anymore that they didn't blow a huge hole in the deficit. They did. And now you're here saying to the American people, let's double down on that. We're going to give tax cuts for the wealthy. We are going to give tax cuts again to the wealthiest people in America, and we are going to finance it on the backs of the sons and daughters of teachers and firefighters and police officers all over this country, because we can't pay for it. Because the Treasury Secretary discovered somehow that domestic discretionary spending is only 15% of the budget, and therefore you can't balance it there.
Well, sir, we had a referendum on November 5th.
You certainly
your
did. I agree with
policies. Your side lost.
I agree with that.
And a higher decibel
And
level.
I'm a rare Democrat who doesn't blame Donald Trump for winning. I'm sad he won. I don't blame him for winning. But don't come here.
In your statements,
go ahead.
They
Mr.
have
Secretary.
veracity.
Go ahead, Mr. Secretary. What?
Higher decibel level does not give your statements more veracity.
My statements are true, if that's the word, if that's what you mean by veracity. My statements are true. You blew a massive hole in the deficit when your predecessor was sitting here under Donald Trump. And so the question is, can't we think of something better to do with the money than this debt, than drive up interest rates by borrowing money from our kids so the richest people in America can get a tax cut when they don't need it? That is the reality of your plan.
Well, sir, actually the high interest rates were achieved during the Biden administration in October of 2023, and we have not touched those rates since then. So
the high interest rates.
No, your statement's incorrect.
I'm out of time, and I appreciate the indulgence of the chairman.
Thank you. Senator Grassley.
First of all, I want to thank you for the time you have given me several times to have a personal conversation with you. I appreciate that as well. You're very open to listening to us as members of the Senate. I've made clear that I support President Trump's goals of getting better trade deals for U.S. producers. I've heard from many industries and businesses in Iowa. Each one of them.
Can't we think of something better to do with our money than give it to the richest Americans? Absolutely not.
And that's
pretty, yeah, that's pretty accurate.
That's the need for certainty around trade.
We've talked about other things. We just don't do them
Trump
ever.
Administration officials and nominees about the importance of finalizing 2 or 3 deals to provide some certainty. So would you agree that trade deals need some certainty and that at the same time provide fair market access for U.S. goods would benefit the economy and provide much needed markets?
Yes, sir. And as I have said, Senator Grassley, there are 18 important trading partners, and definitionally, our largest trading partners also constitute our largest trade deficit. So we are moving deliberately. We are trying to decrease uncertainty, but not at the expense of a generational opportunity to do trade deals to make up for 40 years of bad trade policy. When these countries come to us with their trade offers, some of them have made very good offers, and I look at the list of their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers, the potential currency manipulation, and the subsidies of industry and labor. I agree with President Trump. I don't blame these countries for getting away with what they could. I blame the preceding governments that let them get away with it. So we are moving as quickly as we can to get the best deals that we can, and I think we will see more deals coming very quickly.
Yeah. Just not a reaction to what you
Yeah,
said.
there's a gap at 60, 60, 18.
Sooner we could announce 1 or 2 or
I don't think
3
it matters much right
agreements
now, but
would,
there is a gap there.
notified to the country
Interestingly,
that you're on
the
right
interest
track. I don't
beneath us
question
is
that you're on
pulling
the right
back
track,
almost as
but I
fast as
think
we're
the
climbing,
public needs, sooner
which
they can
does
get that
kind of destabilize
message
the
to
upside a
where
little.
the economy would be. Now, I want to go to something that is of an interest to farmers, and I know you have said several times your interest in agriculture. The Senate Finance Committee has been working on what will soon be 45Z Clean Fuels Production Tax Credit. Implementing this credit properly is important for the biofuels industry and especially for farmers. The Biden administration failed to meaningfully address 45Z regulations. They put some out for comment, but not much beyond that. But the regulations it released for the 40B Sustainable Aviation Fuel Credit demonstrated that Treasury officials in that administration knew nothing about farming. Prior to issuing rules governing 45Z, we need everybody in the Trump administration to take the time to learn a thing or two about
Do your Discord
farming, how
notifications?
farming
Am I
works.
pay?
So this is kind of a question of working ahead, looking after the president signs his bill and regulations are going to be written on 45Z. Would you be willing to work with congressional colleagues, farmer-led organizations, and even this senator to make sure that we get regulations under 45Z that work for farmers?
Senator, as I had my initial meetings back in January with both yourself and Senator Marshall, you both brought up 45Z. And as I mentioned, I go home and do my homework, so I'm familiar with it. I look forward to working with your office and making sure that it is implemented in the most robust way, but that it does not allow for foreign actors to have a backdoor into the program.
Okay, thank you very much. A little bit, probably getting back to the conversation you just had with the senator from Colorado, the 2017 tax law provided tax relief across all incomes with a focus on the middle class. Just as important, the law included pro-growth reforms to incentivize business investment, boosting production, and leading to higher wages. A study published by the National Bureau of Economic Research found in 2017, the law boosted investment 20%. What will making the 2017 tax law permanent mean in terms of economic growth, job creation, and wage growth? That's got to be my last question.
Senator, I believe that the full expensing was one of the most powerful aspects of TCJA, and that has tapered since over the past few years. I believe that going back to 100% expensing for equipment, and what we have added to the bill that I think will be very powerful is the full expensing of factory structures. So not only do we want to make the U.S. the best place to do business in terms of energy dominance, in terms of regulation, we are also going to increase the after-tax return on capital, which will allow companies to thrive here, hire more American workers for good wages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary, thank you for the work you're doing. I want to just make a quick comment on the full expensing piece that you just mentioned. That's something I've worked on now for several years to get us to full expensing. That is fair tax policy to say to folks if they're buying more equipment, if they're adding it in, if they're investing in their workers and more productivity.
What?
That
Should we start
be
an energy
not have to be
company?
depreciated out
Probably.
over years. That should be taken care of.
Yeah.
So
I
appreciate
got
your
the
comments on that.
the
I do
Discord
want to
audio
switch
turned
subjects a
off.
little bit and talk a little bit about
New
Sanctions.
computer. Should have done before
Last
that.
year under the Biden administration,
I didn't
Buster
remember to
Intel,
transfer
the
over.
Iranian regime sold about $90 billion in oil. $90 billion. That funded Hamas, that funded Hezbollah, that funded the Houthis, that continued to be able to equip the Russians with Iranian weapons to be able to attack the Ukrainians. This administration has been pretty clear on trying to be more aggressive on Iran because of their nuclear program. We've had a report come out just in the last 24 hours, the International Atomic Energy Agency, saying that Iran has about
Do you
900
de-spec?
tons now of highly enriched uranium, and they seem to be not slowing down at all in their nuclear weapons program. What is your plan at this point for preventing Iran from advancing economically until they stop their nuclear weapons program?
So, Senator, since I arrived in the Treasury building, we have implemented a maximum pressure strategy on Iran, and more importantly, those who trade with them. We have taken many unique steps towards sanctioning, could be something that had never been done before. Refiners in China, private companies called teapot refiners. We are also looking
Yeah,
to sanction
Discord
owners
just
of
picks
those
up my mic,
refiners
nothing
and
else.
their families if they have property in the U.S. or Western Europe. Just this morning, before coming here, I signed 2 more Iranian sanction orders. So we are exercising maximum pressure. We are trying to track down their so-called shadow fleet, because what happens with sanctions, when you put on sanctions, you create a new market elsewhere.
Right.
So each time we make a move, they try to subvert it. Our allies in the Middle East, during my trip with the president there, I had substantial discussions with their finance ministries and central banks, and they have been very helpful in making sure that there is no leakage through other Middle Eastern banks, trading companies, or financial entities into the Iranian regime.
Yeah. Well, thanks for doing that. You and I, when we first met, we talked a lot about sanctions and that authority. It has great impact if you use it wisely. And thanks for wise use of that. I was in the Middle East 2 weeks ago. In fact, the week after you were in the Middle East, I met with multiple heads of states throughout the entire region. And what I heard over and over again was that they brought out was, please tell President Trump and the Treasury, thank you for relieving sanctions on Syria. That's smart usage of that. Assad is gone, where we put the sanctions on Assad. They kept saying, thank you for giving Syria a chance to be able to form a new government, not under the sanctions of the old government that is now gone. So I appreciate your smart use of sanctions there and the engagement of what President Trump chose to do on that. One other question about sanctions. You've started aggressively putting sanctions on individuals and family members that are connected to these violent Mexican cartels that are trafficking drugs, that are murdering Mexicans, that are leading to the death of Americans in the way they're pushing drugs into our country. You started engaging in that in a way that has not been done in the past to put pressure on these criminal organizations, which we've now listed as foreign terrorist organizations. Tell me a little bit about that and what the plan is now.
Yes, Senator. So by designating these Mexican cartels as FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations, it gives us much more sanctions authority to go after them and their accomplices, both extraterritorially and to look for them in the U.S. financial system. We are working with institutions in the U.S. on our side of the border, specifically 7 counties that are border counties, to make sure that there is no leakage. And we are constantly sanctioning.
Trump's having a bill signing in 7 minutes,
what is
supposedly.
going on with the cartels led by the Sinaloa cartel. This fentanyl
No, I don't
crisis,
particularly
the
like it
prescription
as this
drugs
place to
come
buy
from
pets.
overseas.
There's still some
They
room to
are
move
made
up
in
towards
Mexico,
50.
and they are brought into the U.S. And just imagine if there were a terrorist organization that was killing 100 or 200,000 Americans a year, how would we respond to that? Because this is what's happening. These are terrorists.
The mustard line doesn't say anything.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I don't know if you remember, but when we first met, I gave your staff a fat binder full of economic warnings of what was going to take place if climate change weren't mitigated. And you indicated that you had actually read the Economist magazine cover article, which at least in its current version now says, as its headline, homeowners face a $25 trillion bill from climate change. To be clear, that's a global effect, not just in the US. Since then, a number of other things have happened, starting on the day we met when the International Financial Stability Board put out a warning report to the world's banking system that this climate change problem was coming at them, both in terms of reduced mortgage revenues if the mortgage markets collapse when insurance is no longer available due to climate risk, and in terms of loan-to-value ratios going south when home values fall because the property is no longer mortgageable because it's no longer insurable. So that warning has come out, and I would commend it to you and your team to have a honest look at it. Then First Street, which studies flood risk, came out with a report suggesting that we had a $1.4 trillion hit to US home values looming, again, as a result of the same cascade that was originally, I think, at least best originally presented by the chief economist for Freddie Mac, who said when climate risk gets uninsurable, then mortgages become unavailable and property values crash, and his prediction was that would cascade into a 2008-style recession. That original warning was based on coastal property value risk. Now, of course, we have wildfire-adjacent property value risk that could be a similar catalyst. So I would also urge your team to look at that First Street report and evaluate it. Also, since then, Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve came to the Banking Committee and testified that 10 to 15 years, there'd be whole regions of the country in which mortgages were no longer available because of this insurance/mortgage problem. Allianz, as I think you probably know, is, I think, the biggest insurer in the world, trillion-dollar company with enormous stakes in getting stuff right in the insurance world. And one of their board members wrote an article that I would also commend to you and your team, highlighting the danger to the very insurance model from climate risk, highlighting the danger to the real estate model from failure in the insurance model, and also predicting damage in the financial system, both from the cascade of insurance to mortgage to values to the financial system, but also because a great number of transactions in the financial system are held together by an insurance component that would no longer be available. And I would commend that piece to your attention. And most recently, Fitch has just warned of danger to mortgage-backed bonds and municipal bonds coming from this climate risk, where the mortgages lose. We saw before 2008 what happens when mortgages lose their value because the underlying property isn't worth it. Then it was because they'd faked the value of the underlying property. Now it's because natural causes are knocking down the value of those properties irrecoverably in the case of, for instance, sea level rise. So, you know, I just am continuing to make this warning. I think these are really serious. I come from a coastal state. When you have storm warnings, you should pay attention. When there's storm clouds on the horizon, you should pay attention. So please take a look at those different articles that I've just mentioned. Your team is there to take notes. You've got the tape of this if you're interested. And have your federal insurance office and the Treasury Insurance Office take a look at this. And if you think that this is all wrong, if you think that climate change isn't real or is a hoax, if you think that it's not having an effect in insurance markets, if you think that that doesn't affect mortgage markets or that the unavailability of a mortgage doesn't damage the value of a middle-class home, or that regional hits to real estate values aren't going to cause recession, then I'd like to have that
How much more do we have to
that
pay for
conversation
GS to
with
get the
you.
mustard
But if you agree
line?
with me that those
You mean the line
things
that does
are both
nothing?
true and predicted, then I think we have to prepare.
How much
And
more
I
do you
would
want
urge
to pay?
To prepare.
Good. Thank you, Senator. We likely agree on the direction, maybe not the magnitude. And I also believe that
$1,000 a
resiliency
month.
must be a component also, and we should move toward greater resiliency.
If you don't mind, when your team have had a look at those 5 articles
right.
that I mentioned, and you've got.
You can
somebody
DM me.
who's
We'll set
on
you up
point
with an
on this
account.
issue, I'd like to have the opportunity to have a conversation with them.
I'd be happy to, and we have frequent interactions with the 50 state insurance regulators as part of the financial stability oversight.
No, it doesn't come with the
Senator
TQQQ line.
Cassidy.
Hey, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Really appreciate
That
it.
does something.
Mr. Secretary, I want to start off with something called historic tax credits. Your hometown, Charleston, I suspect has used HTCs. One of my hometowns, New Orleans, really took
A little bit of support at
buildings which are
25.
historic,
Some Bob Putt's coming in at 35.
significance, catalytic upon redevelopment into making an area of the town that was declining into something which was vibrant. I think I've seen that there's a 5-to-1 ratio of federal investment. So you put up $1, you get $5 leveraged in private investment in terms of the revitalization of a community. But the HTC hasn't improved for about 40 years since it was put in place by President Reagan, and has lost about 25% of its value over the last decade. So I'm trying to reform it. Any thoughts about, any experience with HTCs, and any thoughts about that and its importance in terms of achieving a more prosperous economy?
Sir, I have seen since my childhood, Charleston go from a small coastal town to the #1 tourist attraction in America, or destination, for I think a record 10 years by travel magazines. So I agree with you, and my team would be happy to work with you on technical assistance for modifications and how to make this better and increase that multiplier effect.
Sounds great. From your lips to the chairman's ears. Now on 45V, hydrogen credits, Louisiana has about $42 billion in hydrogen-related investments due to the 45V credit. But the Biden administration kind of messed us over, in the sense they said you can't take natural gas and make it into so-called blue hydrogen by coupling it with carbon capture sequestration. And so this is just a request. If Congress maintains the 45V credit, can I ask you to commit to working with our office to address the kind of negative treatment that the previous administration did upon blue hydrogen, and something which industry really wants and is using in a variety of ways?
We would be happy to work with your office on that, Senator.
Thank you. You may be familiar with the next from South Carolina, but there are some multi-generational forest landowners, and they will have a tree near the end of its life cycle of growing, ready to be chopped, maximal value, and then a hurricane goes through, a flooding event goes through, forest fire, you name it, and they lose the accumulated value of 20 years. Their insurance doesn't cover the accumulated value. It covers the initial value way back when. And so it's not really the way to insure a product. We have Senate Bill 1141, the Disaster Reforestation Act, which we're hoping can correct this oversight. So as we face both wildfire and hurricane season, my request to you again is if you can help us get the technical assistance, advance this, and otherwise, if we can get it through Congress, help implement.
Senator, I'm unfamiliar with that bill, but it makes sense that embedded gains should be insured, so my team will be happy to work with you.
Thank you very much. One thing I've been very interested in is, and a different tact, is how our federal agencies are using computers, oftentimes with the computer language COBOL. I studied COBOL in 1979 at LSU. And the federal government's still using it. Like, the federal government's the only industry that's still using COBOL. and contracts are let, and 3 years later, the company which gets the contract has not fulfilled its contract. The people who tell me they know what they're doing, and I believe this, say, listen, let a contract say 6 months, you got to be up and running, because that's how you guarantee results from somebody who's previously done it. Can you give us an update on the kind of technical update?
Still a synthetic
occurring
short at
within
50.
Treasury?
Senator, I learned COBOL in 1980 in college also, and I will tell you that these tech updates are both shocking in their efficiency, but more shocking in the waste that has gone into them. The Treasury slash IRS system, mainly the IRS, began a tech update in 1990.
Every time I watch your government function, I just get angry. I wouldn't really call any of this functional.
$50 billion, $3.5 billion per year is spent, and there is no end in sight. We are working diligently to have that system off of COBOL and into a workable modern programming language by the end of this administration.
Praise God. Thank you, sir.
Isn't it being in COBOL like
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, always good to see you. Thank you for
kind of a
your service
benefit
and,
in and of
your busy
itself?
travel schedule. You know, if it's me, I'm going to raise an issue that I share with a lot of folks on this committee, but particularly my friend, the chair.
Like from like a
around
security
CFIs.
standpoint, who the fuck
You know,
knows
Senator
COBOL?
Crapo, who is the
Yeah,
co-chair of the CFI
security through
caucus,
obscurity.
Broadly bipartisan. We got 28 senators, equal number of Ds and Rs. You know, this should be a no-brainer. And I appreciate.
No, because those
private
COBOL
and
mainframes
these
fail
testimonies
in 2038.
reaffirm the values of CDFIs.
You mean Y2K number
So I was
two?
more than a little bit surprised, since we get an 8-to-1 leverage off of every federal dollar that goes into this public-private partnership, when the administration's fiscal year 26 budget seeks to cut the CDFI programs by over 50%, number one. And at the same time, the Department, Treasury, seems to be slow-walking the deployment of the existing 25 funds, since 75% of them have not been, of the appropriated funds have been actually obligated and spent out. So first question is, should be a really easy no-brainer. Can you go ahead and commit, yes or no, that the administration will follow through the law and go ahead and obligate the unspent 75% of the fiscal year 25 CDFI funds?
Senator, this is the first I heard of it. I will commit to having an answer to you.
I just,
Yeah, I know.
Listen, I have great respect for you, as we know. It's against the law to withhold appropriated funds. You've been supportive of this. I'll even, if we need to, I can get the chairman to nudge you a little bit as well. But, you know, it is concerning to me that 75% of the funds.
Senator, this is the first I've heard of
I
it.
get it.
I've consistently stated that.
No, you've been great. So let me just go to
we will have an answer to you by the beginning of next week.
Okay.
And Senator Warner's right, that's my next question if I had one. So.
Thank you. So let's go to the 26 fiscal year budget, where you're cutting CDFI fund by over 50%. And I guess I don't get it. These are 8-to-1 leverage funds. Every federal dollar get a great leverage return in the private sector. You know, there was a review by your
RIMS,
which was fine, of CDFI and how they were going or not was going. And, you know, your department has affirmed to both Senator Crapo and myself and all of our colleagues that the CDFI fund programs are statutorily sound. So if they're statutorily sound and they got an 8-to-1 return on every federal dollar in terms of affecting underserved communities, why are we cutting the whole program by 50% in fiscal year 26?
Yeah, so Senator, I understand the bipartisan support. We have created a new $100 million award program for rural communities. So I hope using that, we can rebuild the seat.
Well, I would ask you to take a look, because I know about the rural program, and I support rural CDFIs, but there are suburban needs, there are urban needs, And I just really think, and I know you support what Senator Crapo and I and others do, this 8-to-1 leverage. I hope you will go back and take a fresh look at that. I think this is one of the areas where there is huge bipartisan support, and we ought to not walk away. And I'm grateful for your willingness to take a look at that as well. I want to move to another one that we've talked about.
I'm going to send you a
One of
link
the things about our system, we all know we need ways to improve
for Cologne.
taxpayer compliance and make things better at the IRS. But I think our whole system works on voluntary compliance. And we've got about 85% of our citizens pay their taxes on their own. I think that's a lot contingent upon their trust that their personal data is not going to be manipulated or used elsewhere. So I've raised this with you, and a number of written letters on this. We've been hugely concerned about the Doge boys coming in and potentially accessing this information. And I can tell you, I hear from taxpayers regularly in Virginia who are afraid about whether they should go ahead and work with IRS going forward. We wrote to you in April. We wrote to the acting commissioner, Faulkender, on this issue, and he basically said nothing to see here. So this notion that data is going to be protected,
Bullshit.
but at the same time, the IRS Doge boys came up here and at the staff level briefed about the fact that they are creating these tools to suck out.
I don't know, but the rock on top of it's kept me from breaking it like 9 times.
Put a bill in to try to increase the penalties on misuse of that private information. But can you again, in front of us, assure us that the private information of citizens that will get us that 85% voluntary compliance will not be
I have some
used
puts
in
on
terms of the
Carvana.
process of sucking out this IRS information?
So, Senator, what you're referring to is 6103 of the IRS code, which ensures taxpayer privacy. And as I have said, some enthusiastic people, I think, had the motto, move fast and break things. At Treasury, we move deliberately and fix things. And we have made sure that any access is compliant. And we are, I've repeatedly said, collections, privacy, and customer service.
What's up,
And,
Lang Lang?
On the privacy aspect,
Oh,
as you know,
okay.
there was a leak in the previous administration through a contractor who is now in jail. I can't remember whether he was fined $5,000.
No, not at 350.
I do not know the terms of his plea
I got a
deal,
couple puts around
but
like
I would
45.
support an increase in both the monetary penalty and the jail time.
Absolutely, and we work together on my bill. Last one of my time's overrun, but there are huge concerns, at least in my state, that these Doge boys are sucking that information out, and I think you'd find in individual conversation with other senators, this is not unique to Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. I think it's pretty interesting that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle now, when they're not in charge, are all concerned about massive deficit spending and the impact that'll have on everyday Americans. I think it's appropriate to have a little history lesson here. I put together a report. I've given you a copy of it. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But, you know,
What's risk on NFIS back at 40?
Blow these charts up, but the impact is so dramatic, so glaring. I can just do it in a little 8 by 11-inch piece of paper here. This shows that under President Bush, his 8 years, he averaged $250 billion a year deficits. Then President Obama
There might be a
came into
more
office with
local
filibuster-proof
one
majority,
around like
and they blew the lid off of that.
40,
For the next 4 years,
like
we
4250.
averaged deficits of $1.27 trillion. First time we ever had a deficit over $1 trillion. That sparked the Tea Party movement.
I have
I'm part of
345
that.
and 350
put some
puts.
restraint on spending and deficits. For the next 7 years, we averaged $661 billion worth of deficits. It's still way too high, but reasonable compared to today. COVID hit, we had a massive bipartisan spending spree, $3.1 trillion deficit. We went from $4.4 trillion of spending to $6.5 trillion. Now, a responsible president responsible party in power in 2021, as the economy recovered, unemployment came down, would have returned to pre-pandemic levels of spending and deficits. But that's not what happened. Instead, under President Biden and Democrats in charge, they averaged $1.9 trillion worth of deficits. So again, we went from $661 billion in 7 years, COVID, then we've averaged $1.9 trillion in deficit spending over the last 4 years under the Biden administration, Democrat control. And unfortunately, this is the projection, CBO's baseline projection over the next 10 years, another $22 trillion worth of deficits, averaging about $2.2 trillion. That's the problem. And Mr. Secretary, I appreciate in your opening statement in your confirmation hearing, you repeating what the chairman said in his opening statement.
It isn't pickles picks.
We have a spending problem. And again, here's the chart that shows that. 4.4 to 6.5. Now, I don't know of an American family, honestly, if they had an illness, had to borrow $50,000, pay medical bills, if that family member got well, they would keep borrowing $50,000 and spend at that level. But that's what Democrats did. We never went back to pre-pandemic levels like our responsible leadership did during World War II. I think this is interesting. We entered World War II spending 11.7% of GDP on federal government, went up to 41%. But by 1948, we were down to 11.4%. They realized you can't continue to spending. You had to get back to a pre-war level. So my question is, I've given you this draft report. I want to release it hopefully next week. I've given this to Kevin Hassett. I would really like your input into this, because these are just the facts. And the facts completely bolster what you said in your confirmation hearing, that we do not have a revenue problem. We have to promote economic growth. It's a primary component of a solution, but we don't have a chance of returning to a balanced budget if we don't return to pre-pandemic levels of spending. And I've laid out a number of options, going back to Clinton in 1998, Obama in 2014, President Trump in 2019. Leave Social Security, Medicare, and interest as they are, as you spend, but all their outlays, actual outlays, increase them by population growth and inflation. We literally would have a baseline spending somewhere between $5.5 and $6.5 trillion. And if we actually return to that 6.5 over 10 years, we might get down to something like a $500 billion deficit again with 3% growth. Again, it's all contained in here. I really would appreciate your input, but do you just have a comment on that? And can you give me some assurance to provide me some feedback and input?
Senator, I always give you feedback, and thank you for this. And look, as I said, I'm committed to changing the trajectory of this, and there are two ways to do it. There is through.
So you can keep listening to this, but I'm going to put this on in the foreground.
I think that is a very difficult calculus to achieve. We are trying to navigate that calculus. So as you said, 3% growth will change the trajectory. We must fix spending, but what I have also said is we did not get here overnight. I have gained about 10 pounds since inauguration. I'm not going to cut off my arm to get back to my January 20th weight. I'm going to eat less, exercise more, and that is what we were trying to do with the federal government.
No, you were left with 4-year average deficits of $1.9 trillion, spending that now exceeds $7 trillion when just 6 years ago it was $4.4 trillion. So no, you inherited an enormous mess, not to even mention the open border. But I really do appreciate your effort here. We want to work with you to solve this problem. It's a massive problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden, and good morning, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for joining us this morning. Secretary Bessant, in your confirmation hearing, I asked you whether any of President Trump's policies would increase costs for families. You said that there is, quote, nothing I can immediately think of, close quote. Mr. Secretary, have costs for new parents increased or decreased under President Trump?
I'm not sure how you're defining that, but overall inflation is down for the first time in 3 years.
Well, let
So-
me
so-
let,
so-
let me let me provide you with some data then. The answer is that costs have gone up for new parents. As the ranking member of the Joint Economic Committee, I just released a report this morning that shows that costs have gone up nearly 25% for the most popular baby items since Trump's main tariffs were imposed. This includes a price increase of more than $40 for the most popular infant seat on a car seat on Amazon. And Mr. Chair, with unanimous consent, I'd like to enter the JEC minority report
Without
into the
objection.
record. Thank you. Secretary, with his reckless tariffs, the president has imposed a 10% national sales tax on imports into our country. So, Mr. Secretary, do Americans pay tariffs?
Senator, thus far, we have seen no price increases due to tariffs.
Well, what I just asked you was whether Americans pay the tariffs.
Again, as I told the ranking member, Walmart has decided to pass along some portion of the tariffs. That is a private decision. Amazon and Home Depot have not.
Well, let me just tell you, let me tell you what's happened to one small New Hampshire business. And can we have the charts up here? Because you're essentially testifying that Americans don't really pay the president's across-the-board 10% tariffs. Behind me is a receipt from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection showing that a small distiller in Salem, New Hampshire, paid the United States government $2,600 in the president's new tariffs on a single shipment of lemons from Italy. And I have the same receipt for about the same size shipment that they had before the tariffs went into effect, and that $2,600 was not on the receipt back in, I think it was March. So, since you testified that Americans don't pay the president's tariffs, will the Treasury reimburse this New Hampshire small business for these tariffs that they paid to the United States government?
Again, Senator, a luxury product from Italy.
Lemons?
I think we have to look in the aggregate, and the aggregate is showing us that thus far, contrary to many wishes, that there has been no inflation from tariffs.
So first of all, this is a small distiller in Salem, New Hampshire that employs people. And now it's got a monthly or bi-monthly expense of $2,600 it didn't have. And it's either gonna, lay people off, stop producing some of its products, but its business isn't going to grow with a new $2,600 charge unless it's going to pass on the price to American consumers. So I just want to be clear, you all need to own up to the fact that tariffs are taxes, they are a sales tax. I think you noted in the Oval Office recently that
The denial that
tariffs
tariffs are
removed
like a
$2.8
tax is
trillion
so
of our
weird to me.
I was quoting the CBO.
So, okay, so the CBO now says it. So that's now about a $3 trillion tax that Americans will pay.
No, ma'am.
A sales tax.
Much of that is being absorbed by the producers.
Well, that certainly isn't true for new parents. In addition to the 5 popular products on Amazon that new parents need, there's another, we did another analysis on a baby list registry. New parents in America will pay total over the next year about $875 more for their products than they would have paid before the president's tariffs. Now, lastly, I just want to note that the CBO has made clear that the Republican budget bill will take away health care from millions and millions of Americans, both Medicaid coverage and the Affordable Care Act coverage. Not to mention, it will trigger a $500 billion cut to Medicare that will impact providers and rural hospitals. And it will add trillions of dollars to the national debt. So, Mr. Secretary, this is all to pay for massive tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. Why, sir, do you need a tax cut at the expense of health care for millions of Americans?
Well, I would dispute those numbers. 1.4 million illegal aliens receive Medicaid.
But the CBO, first of all, they don't receive federal Medicaid dollars. And secondly, the CBO says without counting that, it's still, I think, 11 or 12 million Americans who are going to have their health care ripped away so that people in your income bracket can get massive tax breaks. I think that's un-American, and I think that's unfair, and I think the American people understand that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just 10 seconds.
Spicy.
Senator Hassan, thank goodness for bringing tariff receipts.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Secretary Bessant. You know, the Wall Street Journal seems to be doing a daily editorial about the president's trade policy. Yesterday or maybe it's today, about the strategy or lack of strategy. So I just wanted to see if I could, thank you. I wanted to see if I could get your thoughts on that in the sense of, do you believe in a rules-based trade regime?
I believe that the international economic system has failed the American workers, Senator. And for too long, we have adhered to a system that does not work. And I believe in Einstein saying that doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different outcome is the very definition of insanity.
Okay, so I'm trying to get a philosophy here, but I think you just gave it to me, so I guess you just gave it to me. I don't understand how we in the United States don't win without saying that we're going to have a rules-based system. I mean, part of how we win is we get more people on our side about the rules and set the rules and then make everybody adhere to them. So if it's not rules-based,
Highest earnings tenth of us will get 2.3% income
ad
boost.
hoc
Lowest earning
in
tenth will
the
get
process, and that's why I think
3.9%
it is
income
troubling
cut.
and hard to follow. So
Yep.
I guess I don't need
Also,
to ask
the scale
more
of those
about,
is radically different.
multilaterals, because I don't know. Do you think the administration believes in multilaterals?
I believe that we attempt to use multilaterals, but I believe that it has failed the American people. We have these gigantic trade deficits. There is something called the China shock, and workers were left behind, and working Americans have suffered because of this. So, you know, here, Senator, as an example, China, the second largest economy in the world, in this multilateral system that you seem to like, is considered a developing country. Under what measure are they a developing country?
I personally believe in bilaterals, multilaterals, but I represent a very trade-dependent state, so I want to open more markets, and I also believe that the economy is way bigger outside the United States than inside the United States. So I'm just trying to get what the philosophy is, you know, of the administration. But you've answered two questions, very helpful in that. Can I ask you a few more? One, I wanted to know whether the investment tax credit, you know, we have a investment tax credit that we made as part of the CHIPS and Science Act. That is the 48D Advanced Manufacturing Investment Credit. And these are important for us
Trump
in
on
our
screen?
competitiveness. And
Hold
do
on.
you believe that this
Goes for two
48D
countries.
tax credit should be extended?
I'm unfamiliar with that. I will get back to you,
Senate,
but
the House,
I
the
will.
whole thing.
I
It's
would note
incredible.
that I believe it's
I was going to
substantial.
sign a executive order and give it a shot. But the one good thing with this, number one, it holds up forever. And number two, unless somebody votes it out, they'll never do that.
So part of CHIPS and Science
and,
was
it's just so much better, huh? It's so much better. That's so great. Very proud of you. We're joined today by the great Speaker of the House. I think he's going to go down as a great Speaker of the House, too. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I think he is. And he's doing something, the only thing I would say is more important than this one, and I'll tell you what, it's almost close. That's how big this is today. But the great, big, beautiful, I added the word great, you know, I used the word. The great, big, beautiful bill, it's going to be one of the most, I said it this morning to a group, I think it's the most important, one of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved. So it's going to be something very special. Thank you very much. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you. Secretary Sean Duffy, and they had a problem in India today, and you're on that. Sean's doing a tremendous job. Secretary Chris Wright, everybody said you'd never be able to get him. He's the most talented man, they say, in the oil and gas industry. I'll let you know in about 2 years if that's true. Well, Doug Burgum, you know, I wanted Doug Burgum to head up energy because he was so successful in North Dakota. He's governor. And he said, sir, there's one person who's much better than me. I said, who? They said, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I had no idea. Now everyone knows Chris Wright. He's going to be more famous than me. But he said, there's a guy named Chris Wright, and if we could get him, he'd be better than I am, sir. And if you know Doug, Doug's not here, is he? If you knew Doug, he's always working someplace. But if you knew Doug, you'd know that he doesn't say that often. And he did. And Chris, you're doing great. But I don't like the oil prices have gone up just a little bit over the last few days. I was going to call it just really start screaming at you. Are we okay? Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right? Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw the records. Everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. You know, all of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. $88 billion with no inflation. And if we're smart, there won't be. Now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates because, you know, if he doesn't, we have to pay. We have a lot of short-term debt. Obama gave it to us originally, and Biden carried it on. They like short-term. I like long-term cheap debt. But a lot of the debt comes through because Biden, that's what, well, he didn't do it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. But somebody approved short-term debt. It's all over the place. And it comes due starting very soon. And if we would lower the interest rates by 1 point, we'd pay about 1 point less. That's $300 billion a year. Can you believe it? 1 point. If he'd lower it by 2 points, we'd pay $600 billion a year less. That's for years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever we make it. But we can't get this guy to do it. And the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be so bad. It would be so bad. I don't know why it would be so bad, but I'm not going to fire him. I just want him to, you know, we call him Too Late, right? Too Late is his nickname, like Too Tall Jones. He was too tall, T-O-O. And I just say this because we want to get rid of inflation, and we have. But we're going to be paying more for debt. And all he has to do is lower it. Europe's done 10 lowerings. We've done none. And nobody understands it. Actually, today when the numbers came out, they were so good. You saw yesterday's numbers, incredible. No inflation. Today's numbers. Today just came out, same thing, no inflation. They're all shocked. All these guys are watching from business, CNBC, and all of these different networks. Maria Bartiromo actually got it right. She's been getting it right for a long time, that one. I hope she's appreciated. And Joe Kiernan's been very good at CNBC, I must tell you, but other people aren't so good. But I will say that they can't believe what's happening. But if I could, because we can discuss, we get a lot of press, we get a lot of cameras rolling right now. Not that I like doing it, because I don't. But if we cut our interest by 1 point, for years, we save $300 billion. If we cut it by 2 points, we save, because it's pretty equivalent. We're going to spend $600 billion a year, $600 billion, because of one numbskull that sits here. I don't see enough reason to cut the rates now. And the problem he's got is that, and I explained to him, look, if inflation went up, cut your rates now. There's no inflation. We got it down. We got prices down. We got gasoline down. And you'll keep it going down. But gasoline's down. We drill, it's drill, baby, drill. That's why it's going down. But but think of it.
What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
I was in my office a couple of days ago.
What's he talking about?
I said, if you think there's inflation, let's find out. Because I think we're going to keep it down. I think gasoline's going to be so far down. Oil, energy, is so much energy. We have so much energy, we don't know what to do with it. But let's say there was inflation in a year from now. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. I'm all for it. I'll be the one I'll be calling you. He'll be too late for that too. But raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going out to financing. And I may have to force something. Somebody said, who's the genius that thought of that? I said, it's me. Unlike Biden, I stay awake at night thinking about how to save our country. He was much better at sleeping than me. He could sleep on a beach. He could sleep on a beach with cameras rolling. I can't do that. But I had an idea. I gave it. They said, this is really, we'll go short term for a year. Let this guy get out of office. Somebody will come in, cut it a couple of points, and we'll save ourselves 7, 8, maybe even $900 billion a year. What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? And with that, we'll get on to the California standard, which is a disaster, okay? So Chris Wright, you're going to get the numbers down. Thank you very much. Lee Zeldin, one of the most important men in this room. He's the man. I get nervous when I talk to him. He's doing a great job. Nuclear, I say, okay, you can take 2 weeks for that approval. It used to take 20 years, then they wouldn't approve it. Now I say, Lee, nuclear, I'll give you 2 weeks for an approval. A coal-fired plant, you only get a couple of days. And oil and gas will give you a week, okay? Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built right now. It's so beautiful to see. And one of the reasons they're coming here is because they have to produce tremendous, especially the AI, they have to produce beyond believable amounts of electricity. And they're doing, I said to them, I think this was more or less my idea. They didn't have the idea only because they didn't think a thing like this was possible. I said, as you build your plant, you're going to become a utility. And you're going to build a separate plant right alongside of it. You're going to build it. You're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas,
We're still getting
coal,
like higher.
nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles.
There's a lot of
beautiful
bot calls,
plains
like
and
15,
beautiful
20,
vistas.
25.
And
Not much
but
to
we
the
wanna
upside, though.
produce it. You know, interestingly, China is opening up a coal plant every single week. But now I'm finding out it might be 2 plants every single week. And, you know, usually that's a good gauge. If they're using coal, I guess we're supposed to use coal. And, you know, we went to a coal standard. And not that you have to use coal. You're going to use whatever's best. I want to introduce also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's a tremendous guy, doctor. Okay?
BTU doesn't give a shit. Still no trade deal.
He's a tremendously talented doctor. When I have a medical situation for the country, for myself, I haven't used him, but I might have to. Maybe I'll do that. If it's serious enough, I think I'd probably do that. But he's a tremendously talented gentleman who happens to be a senator and one that's very respected. Chairwoman Shelley Moore Capito, and congratulations. I just endorsed your son. Did you know that? I endorsed your son. I endorsed your son, who's running in West Virginia, and he's great. In fact, he's all Trump all the time. I think much more so than you, actually. If you want. You were his largest impediment. No, I'm only kidding. He's all Trump all the time, and he's going to win big, and so congratulate him, okay? He's really been fantastic. So many people have told me. Thank you. And House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who's a brave man. He went through hell. Steve went through hell. And we have a lot of other people here that I won't be able to because they don't have your name down, and I'm looking, and I see people's names. I'll do a couple of you, but thanks as well to Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator. Mark Wayne, thank you. Stand up, Mark Wayne. Don't fight him. He's a serious fighter in a lot of ways, and he's a great guy, too. Thank you, Mark Wayne. Deb Fisher. Deb? Thank you, Deb. Good.
I don't like people that have 2 first names.
Pete Ricketts, who's going to do very well in the upcoming election. Thank you. Thank you, Pete. John Husted, who's really moving along in Ohio. John, good luck. You're going to do well. All endorsed people. John Curtis, who's doing terrifically. John, thank you. Good job. They all say excellent.
Joseph
What can I
Smith.
say? Good job. And Bernie Moreno, who won a race that was not winnable. They all said it's not winnable. He won in Ohio. They
Be
said
honest
you
with
can't
us,
win
Gherk,
that race.
you
It's
just
a
don't
waste of
like
time. You're
people.
just wasting your time, right?
I mean,
Wasn't a waste of time, was it? Huh? He won by like 5 points, too.
I guess
Won by a
thanks for
lot.
telling me you have two
Along
first
with
names.
Representatives Kevin Kiley, Vince Fong, Jay Obernolte, Doug Lamaffa, Daryl Issa. Where's Daryl? I haven't seen you in such a long time. Look at you. How good you look, huh? Good when you have those big margins. It's easier. John Joyce, great guy. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Dusty Johnson, Morgan Griffith, Troy Balderson, Troy from a place called Ohio, and he played very cute at one time, but then he got, boy, I'll tell you, he's become a good politician. Where is Troy now? Where I haven't seen him used for years. I endorsed you early when he was early and younger, but you still look young, and you've done fantastically good. Good work, really good work. Claudia Tenney, New York. Claudia, thank you, Claudia. John James, John James. I don't know. You know, he's running for governor, but I'm not sure I'm happy about that, John. Do we have somebody good to take your seat? Because otherwise, we're not letting him run for governor. We can't. You have somebody good, right? Okay, as long as you like him, they'll win. Tracy Mann, Tracy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Michael Baumgartner. Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. David Rouser. Thank you. Glenn Grothman. Hi, Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn. Brett Guthrie. Brett. Thank you, Brett.
Jesus,
Rudy
this fucking
Yakin.
low country. This is
Thank
like
you.
naming
Thank you, Rudy.
everybody's
And I wanna
cousin
thank you all.
uncle
There's
from
some
the
additional people in
Louisiana
room,
right
but
now.
we have to get back to this. Is like so big. This is a big one. Under the previous administration, the previous administration, I could go point after point, everything they did, open borders, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, let's go transgender. What a group of people you had over there. They must have hated our country. Under the previous administration, the federal government gave left-wing radicals in California dictatorial powers to control the future of the entire car industry all over the country, all over the world, actually. Because they have to build a car. They can't build 19 different cars called the same thing. And really, it was all over the world what was happening. They approved Governor Gavin Newsom's ridiculous plan to impose a 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars within a very short period of time. Think of this. You couldn't buy any other car except an electric-powered car. And in California, they have blackouts and brownouts. They don't have enough electricity right now.
Who the fuck
to
has
do
named their
that.
child Guthrie in the last 50
And
years?
countrywide, you'd have to spend $4 trillion
As a first name.
to build the firing plants, to be able to, they call them a lot of things, charging plants, firing plants. $4 trillion you'd have to spend. In the Midwest, they built 9 of them. 9 individual, it's like a pump, just like a pump, except instead of gas, electricity comes out. They built 8 of them. $9 billion they spent for 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1/1000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. By the way, if I didn't bring the military in, Los Angeles would be burning down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban 100, and they call it the 100% ban on all new gas-powered cars and abolish 75% of the gas-powered trucks. 75%. The trucking industry saw me. They said, sir, it doesn't work. Number one, the trucks are so heavy. They're 2.5 times heavier than a diesel-powered truck. So one of the big truckers owns 28,000 trucks, big company, tremendous company. He said, I go out of business immediately. I'm not going to play games. I mean, he said, did you explain these things to the government officials? Like the truck weighs 2.5 times more than a regular truck, a gasoline-powered diesel. And he said, based on that, we have to rebuild every bridge in the United States of America because it wasn't designed to hold cars and trucks that heavy because the batteries are very heavy. They're, probably lead, but they have a lot of things in those batteries that weigh a lot. But it's 2.5 times. It's a simple number, 2.5 times. And if you want to do this, you have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on rebuilding every bridge in the United States, and I guess throughout the world, because they do follow us. And the big rig buses and even cement trucks, they want to abolish certain categories of truck, but they want to go 75% of all of these trucks have to be abolished almost immediately. I mean, the time is just crazy. And they don't go far. Another little problem. With a tank of diesel, you can go from New York to Los Angeles if you want to go to Los Angeles right now. But New York to Los Angeles, and you can go back a little bit. With the electric truck, you'll stop approximately 6 times. Enjoy your stop. And the truckers saw me, and I said, did you just explain this? Because this is like, if you explain it, if a person's reasonable for that, he said, we explained it, they didn't care. They said, we're going all electric. They can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like them is not a stupid person. But they must hate our country. But I said to this big trucker, he said, sir, I've been buying trucks my whole damn life. He's a rough guy, smart guy. He said, I got thousands of them. I've been buying them for 50 years. And every single year they got better. They got more efficient, they got bigger, they got stronger. I build apartments in my trucks now for the drivers. I said, what's an apartment? That's on the cab. They put this in. And sir, I know you like luxury, but you wouldn't mind living in one of these. I said, maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I mean, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I said, so what's the problem? He said, so I noticed one thing. For 50 years, every single year, one thing happened. They got better. They got stronger. They got more efficient. They got faster. They could carry any load. If we went to this standard, we'd go back beyond 50 years. They wouldn't go as far as a truck from 50 years ago. It would be too heavy and have all the other problems. He said, we'd be going backwards. We'd be taking a trucking industry, would be starting all over, but actually it would be worse because it was better 50 years ago than. So I said, what are you going to do if I don't win this election? This was before the election. He said, you don't win the election, I'm going to close up my business because I'm not going to lose he said, I'm not going to lose my ass. I know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They're making you buy stuff that doesn't work. It's no good. It doesn't work. And I'm all for electric. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric. Cars are great. If you buy the right ones, cars are great. And you should be given the option, buy the electric car, buy a gasoline-powered car, buy a hybrid.
It's fairly
Not a hydrogen,
consistent
because hydrogen
failures.
has a tendency that when it blows up your gonzo, it's over. They find you 75 yards down the road.
Gonna give us some room to the downside.
Where is he? Well, I
if we
think
slow.
that's him, but I'm not sure. So, They said, we think we can solve the problem. I said, that's not good enough when they think. No, it sounds like it's quite severe. If it doesn't work, Steve, it'll work most of the time, but if it doesn't, it's over. It'll make your accident look like peanuts compared. You wouldn't be around, I'll tell you, because it's pretty bad. But some people like it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But I would say it's off to a bad start. But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the problem.
Is this his bedroom
17
voice?
other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, but and trucks and they have a lot of them for other things. But we have, it's called the California Car Standards, and this horrible scheme would effectively abolish the internal combustion engine, which most people prefer. Like so far, I'd say about 90%. In fact, General Motors announced yesterday they're going to spend about $6 billion on, because of tariffs, and maybe because of my election on November 5th, but because of tariffs, I think, more than anything. They're all coming back. They're coming back from other countries that took them 25, 30 years ago. They're all coming back. We have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year and year before.
Ascending head and shoulders?
Nobody wanted to be back here.
Eh.
Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore because we were like stupid
Sure.
people. We look like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. It's hard to believe, actually. Hard to believe when you
What
don't
the
have
fuck
enough
is he talking
electricity
about?
to, give a person a little air conditioning in the summer, and now they want you to take electricity and fire up all these cars. But we're not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, all of the auto jobs would be shipped to China because they're very strong on electric, and it lives off an estimated 200,000 American auto workers would be
Is he trying to
destroyed.
pump
One of the
Tesla?
reasons I
'Cause it's
did
not
so well
working.
with the United Auto Workers. And now I'm really doing well with them. I did phenomenally with them. No Republican ever got any numbers like I got in the Teamsters, too. Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, these guys, they like Trump because I produce jobs. They know that.
The market's never been
Everybody
more
knew that
confused about the
auto workers knew better
direction.
than anybody how good the tariffs were. And the head of the auto breakers, I don't know him at all, but he didn't like me at all. Now he's going around saying,
Of the EV market.
it's unbelievable. He was very nice to me the last few months. During the campaign, no, but if I've proven, I've proven it. I've done what I said I was going to do, and we've brought back tremendous numbers of jobs. And you're having auto plants built all over the country, all over. There's never seen anything like that. They're leaving from Mexico. They're leaving from Canada. They're leaving from other parts of the world. If they want a Mercedes-Benz, you're going to have it made here. It's okay to have a Mercedes, but they're going to make it here. Otherwise, they're going to pay a very big tariff. They already are. That's one of the reasons we have $88 billion. It's a lot of money. But that's peanuts compared to what we're going to be making in another few months. They haven't even kicked in yet. But we're not going to let any of these bad things happen, these stupid projections that I've been reading about for the last 6 months. I think these people are either corrupt or really dumb. And they're supposed to be economists. In the campaign, I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majorities in Congress have delivered. And I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious. It's so good. Did we get any Democrat votes? Did we get one? Two? Who? 35. I think that's great. I think that's great. You got 35 Democrats. I think that's great. That, as far as I'm concerned, one in the Senate. On something that's so good. But who is the one? Well, I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great. It's very interesting. Why did I ask that question, Mr. Speaker? But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do with the executive orders. and it's permanent, signed 3 pieces of legislation that will kill the California mandates forever, and they're never coming back. Now, the auto companies are the most happy because now they're going to be designing and building one auto. It will be much cheaper. It's a much less expensive. They were showing me, one of the most respected people was showing me that to save a little, like a half a glass of fuel, cost them thousands of dollars with new computers and stop it. The engine has to stop and then turn on and blah, blah, blah. And I said, does it work as well? No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And that's to save a little bit of fuel, this much fuel that Chris Wright can produce with one extra little oil well someplace, right? One little, a small one, a very small one. But think of it, your cars are going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 less, and you're going to have what you want. And again, you can get any car you want. You can get electric. A lot of people love the electric. They like Tesla. So do I, in all fairness. I like Tesla. And I like others too. But I also like combustion engines. And there are reasons for a lot of things. When I was in Iowa, we had an unbelievable victory, if you remember. Remember? That was nice. You won by like so much, nobody even talked about anything else. But that was a great victory. But it was unbelievably cold that night. And I was going to watch my victory in the area where I was going to make a speech. And the whole place was littered with cars. I said, what happened? They were electric cars, and they don't work in cold. I said, I didn't know that. And they don't work in extreme heat either. Other than that, they're wonderful. But no, but if you're in a cold climate, how do you do that? But they're electric cars, and I noticed that, and then I didn't pay much attention because we won by about 65 points. So I was more interested in that. But I do remember that scene. I said, what the hell is going on over here? This historic action will also help us reduce inflation and bring down the price of automobiles and electricity very, very substantially. We're building massive electricity right now. It's already started because of that guy right there, Lee Zeldin. By far the most important man in the room, Mr. Speaker. Stand up, Lee. He blows you guys away, John. He blows the politicians away. I'm sorry right now. He's a great politician. He almost won for governor in New York, which is just missed by a few points. And that was another race that was not winnable, but you almost got it. But I think what you're doing now is even bigger if you want to know the truth. I think it's actually more important if you can believe that. Under the previous regime, car prices skyrocketed as a direct result of the mandates. These mandates, this nonsense that you had to do. And they had so many other rules and regulations that the car companies who are here today appreciate that. And Susie Wiles is here today. Stand up, Susie. Most incredible woman.
25 support's not
Most
all that
powerful
strong,
woman in the world,
actually.
they say.
But it's there. I mean,
She's the most powerful. She was rated the most powerful woman in the world. Susie Wiles. One phone call and a nation is destroyed. She could destroy 5 nations with 5 calls. And she's doing a great job. More importantly, right? Doing a great job. There's nobody like. Energy prices would likewise soar as the radical left forced more electric vehicles onto the grid while blocking approvals for new power plants. They want to block the approvals. They want you to have a car with electric, but they block the production of the juice that runs the cars, and all of them, all forms of cars. It's just the craziest thing. We're in a different sphere now. We're in a whole different planet right now. The result would be rolling blackouts and a collapse of our power systems. We'd have a total collapse. You couldn't do it. You couldn't even do it. Think of it, they're forcing you to do something, and they want you to do boats also. I assume boats are being covered by this, and boats, they want you to go all electric, and the batteries are so heavy, the damn boat practically doesn't float. I used to have a lot of fun talking about that one on the tours. We'd talk about it. And I said, what would happen if the boat sank? Because we went to North Carolina, South Carolina. We visited boat factories. Unbelievable guys. And they said, sir, we have one problem. They're forcing us to go electric for the boat. I said, how's it going to work? The boat will not float, sir. So heavy. and it won't go fast, and lots of other. And I did ask him a question, because I have a lot of background. My uncle was a big shot at MIT, the smartest guy. He never had a smarter guy. And I guess I have a little of that. My first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted? Remember I said that? And I used to be decimated by these people back here, right? I used to be decimated. They'd say, what kind of a crazy question is that? So I'm actually serious. What happens if you're in an electric boat and the boat is going down? You're in trouble, Susie. And I used to say, remember, oh, I'd get decimated. The audience loved it, but the press would laugh at it. I said, so if I have my choice of going down or jumping 5 or 6 yards away from the boat, but there's a shark there, what do I do? You know what I said? I'd rather be electrocuted. I said, I'll take electrocution every single day. But actually, he said, nobody's ever asked me that question, sir. He makes boats. Nobody ever asked me that question. This is really an unusual question. He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer. He wasn't able to. I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it. But today we're saving California, and we're saving our entire country from a disaster. Your cars are going to be thousands of dollars less money. And even the ones that, if you buy electric, we're not going to make you do certain things that are just a waste of money and just time-consuming waste of money. They make you do things that are no good for anybody, make the car worse, and make it much more expensive. Over the past 5 months, our administration and Republicans in Congress have fought for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. We have, you know, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. It's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young people. I just saw with TikTok, I was #1 on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that? So I guess I like TikTok. That's why they're saying, are you saving? And we probably will save TikTok, actually. But on my first day in office, I ended the Green New Scam and abolished the EV mandate at the federal level. We abolished it, which is basically that everybody will be driving an electric car within a very short period of time. Now I know why Elon doesn't like me so much, which he does, actually. He does. And he never had a problem. You know, it's very interesting. This is not something new. This has been there from day one, Speaker, right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate.
Is the 50 test still possible, or do we not have enough interest delta?
Honestly,
I mean, the bigger problem here is that interest fell off pretty hard on the move to the upside.
That can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV
We have to see if,
mandate.
I mean,
And I once asked him about it.
I guess we're kind of reestablishing some support here around
as long as it's
25.
happening to everybody, we'll be able to
That could
compete.
give
It's
us
very
the
interesting
push
answer. I
out
thought it was
to
a
that
very
level.
honest
I mean,
answer, to be
I don't think
honest with you. And
I don't think
talked
really
about it,
anything's
that
stopping us from
incredible.
getting up
You know, you
there.
would have thought he would have been from day one. You got to make sure you don't do the EV mandate, the abolishing, and never did. Very honest in that sense.
I do think
And he
it'd be
did
pretty
say
hard to
to
get
me, I
above
actually
50.
asked him because
There's
it
a
was
very
really
large
strange how I'm
synthetic
with him.
short
He's
at that
very,
level.
You know, a friend of mine, and he makes electric cars, and we're saying you're not going to be able to make electric cars, or you're not going to be forced to make all of those cars. You can make them, but it'll be by the market, judged by the market. And that's what he said. He said, as long as I'm on the same plane as everybody else, we're going to do good. We make a better product. I said, that's very cool. It's very cool. That was my answer.
That's
After that,
very
he got a little bit
cool.
strange, but I don't know.
They're
why.
mostly
I
held
think
up by
smaller
in the money
things than
pot
that.
calls here.
As part of the one big, beautiful bill, will also further slash
40 and
the funding
45
for the
are
Green New Scam.
a
As you
lot
know,
of
it's the
sold
greatest
calls.
scam in history.
Sold puts at
Saving
35.
American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. The windmills are killing our country.
So
by the
there's
way.
some resistance from like
The fields are
40
littered with them.
all the
Joe.
way out to
They're
50.
littered with them.
And pretty
And they
decent
get older, and they
resistance
get
too.
rusty, and they get bad, and they get. This is other countries also. It's the greatest scam in history. It's the most expensive energy you can buy. They're ugly. A friend of mine comes from Minnesota. He's been in New York. He hit it big. He's a very successful guy, actually. And he wanted to go back, see his mother who's not well, and he went back to Minnesota. Hasn't been back there in 20 years. And he said, it's unbelievable what happened. He said, I'm driving
I wonder if the
down
Treasury will
highway
just
and
remove
up a certain
SPR
road,
and
the most
fucking
beautiful
undercut
fields.
the
I
Fed.
remember them so well. And I was so looking forward to seeing him again, and I looked at him
Sabotage
again,
SPR, and then we can get a nice bull run up to like 6,500, and then the market can crash forever.
These ugly, horrible things.
Perfect.
And he said, it was so bad, I actually drove back to see it because I couldn't believe it. Before I even got to my mother, I drove back.
What's going on with GME? They diluted a bunch.
But no, it hurt him to see it. He said, I looked at this field that was one of the most beautiful places in my own mind and imagination.
What was it, 1.7 billion?
That I've ever seen. And I said, it's littered with this garbage. It looked like a junkyard, he said. And some, you know,
Fed said stock market value fell by 2.3 trillion in quarter one. U.S. household net worth fell to 169.3 trillion. In quarter one, value of real estate holdings fell 0.2 trillion.
And then they start to rush.
Total non-financial debt expanded at 2.8% annualized rate. Household debt increased at a 1.9% annualized rate.
The props, right? You can't bury the props for some reason. I don't know why, but they say that you can't bury a certain type of fiber, and if it goes in the ground, we're all going to die. It's what bullshit this is, okay? They can't buy. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, take a look. You go into this beautiful community. Before you go, it's like you're riding through a junkyard. Windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones, dead ones. They're all dead. Some are hanging over by a thread. They never take them down. They just leave them there, and they start to rust.
It's kind of early for the sundowners to set in.
It's also the most expensive energy.
I think this is more a side effect of the stimulants.
It sounds so good, but it's a horrible thing. Environmentally, it's a horrible thing. I say that to you. It's wind, and we are going to have virtually no one mandate we have. We're going to natural gas, nuclear. Nuclear, we just had a big signing with nuclear, making it easier, safer, and better. It's really, I would say, probably more than any other form of energy that's come about. It's been amazing what's been done. It's very safe, very good, and very inexpensive. But we're not going to let windmills get built because we're not going to destroy.
SLR supplementary leverage ratios. So it's the Basel III regulation that requires.
That gets worse and worse looking with time. It starts when the rust.
U.S. banks and some other institutions to hold, I think it's 3 to 5% of Tier 1 capital against all of their assets,
so we're not going to approve,
which includes treasuries and central bank reserves.
I guess it could happen, but we're not doing any of them. I hope the Senate will soon pass a bill the House can quickly approve and get to my desk by the 4th of July. We'll have this done. And to further defend our auto workers, I imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles. Investment in American auto manufacturing is surging because of it. They have Mercedes all over. They pay 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump, this could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question. I said, do we have any Chinese cars here? No. Why? Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So they're not coming here, but they are going to Europe all over the place. But I love China. We just made a deal, and I respect President Xi a lot. And we made a deal that's good for both countries. The deal we made with China, good for both countries. Going to be a lot of money made, and it's going to ultimately open up China, which is the ultimate thing. And I'm going to be working with President Xi. We had a long talk about it. And that's going to be good for China. It's going to be good for us. But we're going to be opening up China. That's bigger than what we signed. And I think had we not signed it, that wouldn't be happening. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon. But to further defend our auto workers, I imposed this 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not too distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant here. Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million.
The Fed does control
Some of the things
SLR.
involved in
Yeah.
what we just did. General Motors is going to spend $4 billion.
But the
Just
Treasury
announced
could
it
pressure
yesterday.
them
Stellantis announced
by
that it's going to reopen
issuing
its
heavy
Belvidere
amounts of debt
assembly plant. That's good. I know
to
they're doing
modulate
well. They have a lot of
SLR
problems.
requirements.
They're going to spend $5 billion. And Hyundai announced that it will invest $21
They could also do it a
billion
little bit through
in
the
America.
TGA.
They wouldn't have invested 10 cents if we didn't have tariffs, including for manufacturing American steel, which is doing great. American steel is doing great now because of what we did. You wouldn't have, if I didn't put tariffs on steel, they were dumping steel. China and a lot of other countries were dumping steel in our country. Garbage steel, dirty steel, bad steel, not structurally sound steel, real garbage, but it was still there, lots of it. And if I didn't put tariffs, I put 25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right? John James would put.
But we've
tariffs on
seen
steel,
them
and we
him
were doing
parade
great in
like half
steel.
the world's
Now
leaders
we're
through the
really
White
doing
House.
big
I think at
big
this point we know
investments being
exactly
made
what their
in
fucking reaction is.
Pennsylvania, you've been reading about it. They're going to spend $17 billion on U.S. steel. And all the steel workers wanted it. And we have a golden stock. We have a golden share, which I control or president controls. Now, I'm a little concerned whoever the president might be, but that gives you total control. It's 51% ownership by Americans. And we have a company, a great company, Nippon. They're coming in from Japan. They're going to spend $17 billion. And somebody said, well, what happens if it doesn't work out? I said, they spent $17 billion. We can't put it on a trailer and drive it to Japan. This is a steel mill. You know, some businesses you can move. You move your office, and that's where the business is. With this business, they're spending 17, think of that, 17 billion. They're going to have them all over the country. I want to introduce several of the great Americans representing the millions of people whose livelihoods we're saving with today's action. I just can't tell you how incredible this action is, because nobody thought. This was one that I wasn't so, I would have rather had it than almost anything, but I was told by everybody, except that guy right there, that you couldn't get it. Bill Kent runs a chain of family-owned convenience stores that opened in West Texas in 1957, known as Kent Quick. And Bill, if you could come up and say a few words about what the signing means to you, please.
Wow, you're probably wondering why I've called you all here today, right? What a great day. From my perspective, I'm in the convenience store and petroleum marketing business, and what this does is it gives us freedom. It gives the consumers freedom to pick what kind of car they want, but more importantly for us, it gives us the ability to plan going forward, because with mandates, we were forced to have to look at putting in infrastructure that frankly is extremely expensive and doesn't give you any return. So this allows us, it's going to free me up and our companies up to invest in what people want, in the cars they want, and it's a great day. So, Mr. President, Congress, thank you, Steve, everybody.
What was this supposed to be about? No idea. I don't think anyone else fucking knows either.
And a friend of mine for a long time is John Hess. He's one of the top CEOs in the country, and he's now the CEO of Hess Corporation, one of the biggest oil producers, and he's a fantastic person with great knowledge of the subject matter. Can you say a few words, John? I see you in the audience. Come on, thanks.
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota and the Gulf of America. And so you all know, I was born in New Jersey, grew up in New York, and my father started our company by driving a secondhand oil truck. So, Mr. President, it's an honor to be before you today, and thank you for that. Mr. President, during your campaign, you made a commitment to the American people to repeal unworkable and costly mandates for cars and trucks and let the consumer choose what type of vehicle they drive. Today, with the bipartisan support of Congress, you're making good on that promise. I'd like to recognize Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, other members of Congress whose tireless efforts were critical to the outcome we're celebrating today. And a special thank you to Senator Capito for her leadership. This announcement today is about consumer choice and affordability for American families. It's also about making our country, auto industry, more competitive, Mr. President, and you said that very eloquently. As you know, Mr. President, one-size-fits-all policies like those adopted in California do not work. America, in every state, every American should be able to choose what they want to drive, not the government. We as a country would be basically leaning into our competitive advantage with this repeal on oil and gas. Oil and gas are a strategic industry for our country, underpinning energy dominance, economic prosperity, and national security. We are truly energy independent. So, Mr. President, on behalf of Hess Corporation, on behalf of the oil and gas industry, and every family across our country, thank you for your courageous leadership and your commitment to consumer choice and energy affordability. Thank you very much.
Does it? I don't know.
Very respected.
If the money calls take profits,
the
maybe.
California
But
EV mandates would also have devastated our nation's
there's an awful lot of soul
incredible
pits up
truck
here.
drivers and the trucking industry, and I gave you a
Tell
little
us
bit
what
of
toy
a
truck
rundown,
you're releasing this year.
But
But it's a
diesel-powered
trash
semi-truck
truck.
can drive from Reno, Nevada. I'll give you some other locations.
What's up, Balani?
Nevada to Los Angeles, California, and back on a single tank of diesel oil, diesel fuel, but the same exact journey would require an electric truck driver to stop also 6 times at recharging stations, adding an estimated 9 hours to the trip. I don't know too much about the trucking industry, but this is not sounding good. Here to discuss a little bit about the trucking industry, Gina Jones. And Gina, a real expert on trucks, I can tell you that. She's going to come up and tell us about trucks. Thank you, Gina.
What's her, wait, hold on. What's her expertise in trucks?
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members and Congress.
She couldn't even get into one. It's like 4 feet tall.
America's back. And we are grateful that a president and the administration that have our back, too. Today, trucks
Gina Jones,
are
truck expert
99%
extraordinaire.
cleaner than a generation ago. We need great partners in government to continue that process. We cannot allow one state's regulations to disrupt our entire nation's supply chain. Allowing California to do so would have negativity impacted the hundreds and thousands of truck drivers who deliver critical goods across the country each and every day. In order to deliver for American families and businesses, we need realistic national standards. With the signing of this resolution, Mr. President, you have delivered the leadership that trucking industries need. Promises made, promises kept. On behalf of the On behalf of the 8.5 million Americans who work throughout the trucking industry, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job. So just to wrap it up, I say under the Trump administration, we will restore the full strength, might, and glory of the American auto and trucking industry. We'll protect our truck drivers, auto workers, small business people, and manufacturers all over our country, and actually all over the world.
What the fuck did that have to do with trucks?
Doing a product that works, a product that's much more efficient, that's better, much better, less expensive.
I mean, I get being nervous, but what the fuck was that?
Energy and affordable car ownership back on the center of the American dream as we make America great again, and that's what's happening. We're making America great. You know, when I went over to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, just a couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries, and they're very smart people, they said, you know, you've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. It's the hottest, you're the only one we talk about now. And 6 months ago, it was a laughing stock. They said that to me, those words, it was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock. We've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world, and the numbers are reflecting it too. So I just think it's great. And what I'll do is I'll sign this, then we can take a couple of questions if you want. And we will be finished, and you're going to go off, and you're going to build the most beautiful automobiles for 20% less money. And I want to thank you, man. You have done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here? Beyond it? Okay, we're going to sign 3 bills that do everything I just said. No auto pens allowed. That's for you. Keep that, Mike. That pen was so good, give it back to me. I'll take it. That was a good one. No, I'll sign all 3 of them, because you never know what you get with the new one. Number 2. Very steady hand. It's very important. Very steady. Only a steady hand can sign like that, right?
Absolutely.
Right? I've been told that, actually. And here's number 3, and it all goes into effect. Everything I said goes into effect. Lower prices, better cars, and choice. You can say choice. We have choice for education, and you have choice for cars now, right? Common sense is right. You're right. Common sense is right. Okay, now I can give you the pen. And I'll give you these. Shelley? Congratulations, John. Okay, you'll take these. Pass these around, fellas. Where's John James for his father? Oh, yeah. You have one, John? Yes, sir. Pass them around. Okay, everybody. There's a few extra. You're going to take them and give them to some of the people. Okay? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, help!
All right. Brian, yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I have some very close friends who run some of the largest auto dealerships in Southern California, Rustnack Automotive Group.
Good.
Their message to you, they're 100% behind you right now. They know they're going through some soft sales period.
It's true.
They're in it for the long haul. What's your message to thousands of auto dealerships across this country that are kind of navigating through this tariff?
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. and they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
And they're behind you 100%.
I know that. They have been behind me, right? They knew it was right. They've been asking for this for 25, 30 years, in all fairness. No, they're very happy. I told you the Auto Workers Union, we got tremendous votes. But they like me today even better than they did on Election Day on November 5th, because they see the
More
results
auto
and
loan
what's
debt.
happening. And yeah, and they have plants moving in, Brian. A lot of plants are moving in. Thank you very much for that question. Yeah.
Trying to kill the auto industry.
Oh, he was killing the auto industry. I don't think he knew it. I think he's a guy who, he's just got a faulty thought process. You look at that train, the train is the most, I've seen people, stupid people with cost overruns for years I've watched, where something would cost twice as much or 3 times. But this thing is costing 20 times more. It's the most incredible disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have this situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago or 3 days ago that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole, they couldn't have done it. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. You know, it's so sad. He was so honest. I was using his quote all over the place, and they got him to change. But he knows. Los Angeles would be right now burning to the ground, just like the houses burned to the ground. It's so sad what's going on in Los Angeles. Think of it. They had a fire that should have never had because they should have listened to me in the water. Eventually, we broke in and we had the water come down from the Pacific Northwest. I could show you pictures now with the half pipes, the big half pipes coming all the way down California. Water, so much water. They don't have any droughts. They don't have any. They have so much water. They sent it all out to the Pacific Ocean for 20 years. So ridiculous. And we got them to take it now. But what they do and what they're doing, this is a big problem. And what they really want to do is keep criminals because they're trying to protect criminals. Sanctuary cities are a disaster in this country. And most of the voters don't want them. Politicians like them for whatever reason, but I think the politicians are wrong. That's why we won in such a convincing fashion. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts as opposed to 505. That's why when you look at the map, it's almost all red. It's got 2 little blue stripes on each side of it. It's almost all red. But now you have to... I always got along with Gavin. I like Gavin. I've liked him, always. He said I never called him. You know, they asked him a question on Fox, I guess. I never spoke to him. He doesn't remember the call. He doesn't remember. I never spoke. And then I produced a phone call. I had it. It took me about 2 minutes. I said, well, here's the call. It lasted 16 minutes and 4 seconds. And it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there. And he would have. If we didn't bring the military in, he would have had, you would have right now something. And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota where you have the man who ran for vice president of the United States. Fortunately, he was a disaster. But he wouldn't call in the National Guard. And I eventually called in the National Guard, but it was seven days late. I said, I'll never do that again. I'm never going to, if I see problems brewing, if they're not going to do the problem, I'm not going to wait 2 weeks. Because that city, Minneapolis, burned down. If you remember the CNN anchor, he was standing there saying, yes, this is a peaceful rally. And behind him, the entire city was on fire. It looked like World War II. And I appreciate the question. Please.
Mr. President, thank you very much for taking.
Thank you.
2 questions, if I may, sir. First, the terrible, horrific plane crash in India today. I'm sure you saw the images on TV. Your reaction to that first, and will you speak to Prime Minister Modi?
The plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is
Just finished reading Mustard Line as a
that
strategic
was a
investment.
horrible
I
crash.
can't
Nobody
thank you enough
nobody has
for
any
what you
idea what it
do.
might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you'll look at this or that. You know, we saw the plane. It
Fuck
looked like it
off.
was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power. But boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history. Yeah, second?
How confident are you, sir, that conflict with Iran can be avoided?
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict. Iran's going to have to negotiate a little bit tougher, meaning they're going to have to give us some things that they're not willing to give us right now. I'm the last person. I've kept us out of wars. We defeated ISIS completely, 100%, and I haven't had it's peace through strength. I believe in peace through strength. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt the military, as you remember, for 4 years. I rebuilt the military. And then we gave a chunk of it away, but it was still peanuts. It was a lot, but it was peanuts compared to what we rebuilt. Gave it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole withdrawal, the way they withdrew was very embarrassing. But we rebuilt the military. We have the greatest, strongest military. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. It was told to be 5 years. It was going to take 5 years, anywhere from 4 to 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks, with, by the way, headed by the general who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's why he's there. He said it would take 4 weeks, and he did it in 4 weeks. He did actually a little bit faster. So we have a great country, and we're going to keep it that way. And when it comes to Los Angeles or other cities, if we see other cities are gearing up, and these people are agitators, they're paid, they're professionals, they're insurrectionists, they're troublemakers, they're all of those things, but I believe they're paid, and we're going to find out through Pam Bondi and her great staff, her great people at Justice, who they are. And Mike, I think you're doing some investigations in that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really I think what they're doing is unbelievably illegal. Just one thing. So they took the bricks away from people. They're walking in with satchels of bricks. Now, why do you have bricks? You have bricks because you throw bricks. They're very potent. If they hit you, they kill you. And they took them away. The military took them away. They saw him. What the hell is this? The guy could hardly carry me. Many bricks. He's a strong guy. Couldn't carry him. And they saw that, and they took him away. Then they found others with bricks. But they're ingenious. They also brought hammers along, very heavy hammers. And I saw them pounding the curb and pounding the sidewalk. And it was like a military operation. This guy's pounding strong, boom, big shots. And it was breaking up granite, the granite curbs. And the granite was breaking up, and the concrete was breaking up. And there was lines of people standing there, and they're handing them. And then he stopped handing them. They just went down and picked him up. It was so professional.
Oh, took my profits
He
away.
said, that's a professional organization. This is not like people at random. This guy's breaking up because they couldn't use the bricks. So who would think of this even? Did a lot of damage. A lot of curbs are broken. A lot of sidewalks broken. But I never saw that before. That's one I haven't seen. I thought I saw it all.
It's like
And they
straight
have
out
it
of
on
the
tape.
French Revolution,
And
tearing
with
up the
that, people
cobblestones.
get killed. You know, they go to the bridges and they drop the concrete off the top of the bridge with a car coming along at 70 miles an hour, and the person dies. And we had a lot of car problems. You saw that. They were all over the road. They were littered all over the road where the cars got stopped by concrete going through the front windshield. Now, these are bad people. If we didn't go, Los Angeles right now would be on fire. It would be a disaster. And we stopped it. And last night was very good. Nobody showed up. You know why they didn't show up? Because we were there. If it was just the police, because the police are great. I know those police, they're great, but they're told not to do anything. They're not allowed to act. Thank you.
Mr. President, how imminent is an Israeli strike on Iran?
Well, I don't want to say imminent, but it looks like it's something that could very well happen. Look, it's very simple, not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary. You know, I stopped a war between India and Pakistan. And I stopped it with trade. Nobody, I don't think I've ever seen a story written about it, but it was pretty cool. They were getting ready. Pakistan was their turn to hit, and eventually they're going to go nuclear. And I stopped it. I called each. I respect each leader greatly. I know them. And I spoke to them, and I talked about trade. I said, but you're not trading with us if you're going to go to war, if you're going to start throwing nuclear weapons around. And I said it to both of them, and they were both unbelievable, actually. They understood it exactly. They stopped. I stopped that war with phone calls and trade. And India's here right now negotiating a trade deal, and Pakistan's coming, I think, next week. And I'm very proud of that. Nobody died. Nobody, the nuclear weapons, they each have very severe, very substantial numbers of nuclear weapons. And I think we should get some credit for that. You know, the whole Republican Party should, because that's their mindset. Please.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. What?
On your China deal, Mr. President, are you still concerned about the national security issues with Chinese students studying in the United States?
Look, I've always been in favor of students coming in from other countries. That includes China. And we have 500,000 Chinese students coming in. I've always been in favor of it. Does it mean that you have to watch people? Yeah, you have to watch students, but you have to watch other people also. I've always been strongly in favor of it. I think it's a great thing. It's also, it's good for our schools. It's good for, I think it's good for our country. I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in favor of letting them stay. If you get educated for 4 years, you're willing to get educated for 4 years. I like people being able to stay. You know, they have some great students. You have some, yeah, these are Republicans clapping, you know, because a lot of Republicans don't like that idea. I happen to like it. I'm a real Republican, believe it or not. But I like the idea. They go 4 years. To me, that's almost like, you know, just buying your way in a very legitimate way. And, you know, you have stories where Apple wants to hire somebody and they can't hire him because he can't stay. He went to a great school. He finished first in his class. They made him a big offer, and everything's done. But he has no idea whether or not he's going to be able to stay. And I'm all for making sure that people like that can go to work for all of our great companies. And you know what they do? They go back to their country, and there are stories that are all over the place. They go back to their company, and they start a company just like they were going to start here. They end up starting it in China or India or someplace else, and now they're among the richest people in the world. They've got thousands and thousands of employees that make it great. This is happening all the time because they're not allowed to stay. And I think we'll probably end up doing something about that, right? I think. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You in the blue, please. Light blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. How close are you to step back between Ukraine and Russia? We see a very bad escalation. Are you going to leave it in the hands of the Europeans?
I'm very close to the situation. I'm very disappointed in Russia, but I'm disappointed in Ukraine also because I think deals could have been made. And, you know, we're losing 5,000, 6,000 people a week, soldiers mostly, but also people living in towns because they're getting hit by missiles again. How'd you like to live in a building and you think a missile has a good chance of hitting your building during the evening? It's horrible. Must be horrible to live like that. But, I mean, we'll get it, but it's, I'm disappointed that it's not done. We did great with India and Pakistan. We did very good with Israel. I thought, look, October 7th was a disaster. People forget, you know, they like to forget. That was a horrible thing. But, you know, none of these things would have happened if I were president. If I were president, none of it would have happened. You wouldn't have the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rich, $300 billion they have right now. But they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was perfect. We wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil, Chris. The oil price went through the roof. It was also caused by their spending, but it was caused more by oil than anything else. The oil went so high, got close to $100 a barrel, and that also kept the war going with Putin because at $100 a barrel, that was a big money-making experience. But now it's down to where it's not so good for them anymore. No, it's very important to get that solved. That's a bloodbath. That's a terrible bloodbath that's going on. Yeah, please, go ahead.
For stopping the war between them. India says that they cannot talk to Pakistan unless Pakistan takes actions against terrorists.
We're going to get those two getting together, you know? I told them, India and Pakistan, they've had a long time rivalry over Kashmir. And I said, I can solve anything. I'll be your arbitrator. I will be your arbitrator. I can solve anything. And I started the first question, how long has it been going on?
Whoa, who the fuck is whispering in my ear?
I said, oh, that's all right. Maybe I'll take it.
Mr. President, John Biden, Mr. President.
When I heard 2,000 years, I said, maybe I'll have John Hess solve that problem.
Mr. President, will you punish Israel for striking Iran?
Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. I have two. First, on immigration. What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
And my other question about the Middle East. As the Israelis apparently gear up for some kind of an attack, a possible attack on Iran, are you trying to talk Netanyahu out of doing that, or are you so against Iran having a nuclear weapon that you're okay, he does his thing because it is not an American war?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be, I'd much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd prefer the more friendly path.
What the Israelis told you.
Ah, what the fuck? Ow.
Servicemen and women who are stationed
God
in
damn.
They didn't tell me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we gotta tell them to get out because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning.
Unfucking real.
Missiles are flying into their buildings.
No, it fucking blew my ears
I had to
out.
do it. You know, I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its
I'm not putting my
downside, but it
headphones
also
on
has
again.
its upside. Like, you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Right? Thank you.
God, I'm already deaf. It's terrible.
Washington on Saturday for military parade.
It's going to be a great day.
What would you like folks to take away from that day? What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr.
How great
President,
our country is, and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II, and I called France and Macron, who's a good man. I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "We're celebrating World War II, our victory." I said, "Your victory? Your victory? Tell me about that." And then I called somebody else, and I happened to speak to President Putin at the time. Now, in all fairness to him, he lost 51 million.
How dare you
people,
insult
and he
Dirk
did
like
fight.
that?
Russia fought. Sort of interesting, isn't it? He fought with us in World War II, and everybody hates him.
Dork did this audio. That's why it sounds so good.
Someday somebody will explain that, but I like Germany.
Not
and
Trump.
Japan too. but Putin is a little confused by that, you know. He said, we lost 51 million people and we were your ally, and now everybody hates Russia, and they love Germany and Japan. I said, let's explain that sometime, okay? But it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away saying how great our country is and how great our military is. And I was making all these calls. For some reason, I spoke to like 4 different places. Sir, are you celebrating? And I said, you know, we won World War II and World War I, right? We won them. And yet we're the only country that doesn't celebrate. Everybody's celebrating except us. And I said, we should celebrate too.
There are several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What do they call, no kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, no, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him, but he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. You know, I endorsed him and got him elected. I got him elected twice. But I don't think he understands how great this bill is. This is a great bill. No tax on tips, no tax on, you know, the Social Security payments. It's unbelievable what happens. No tax on overtime. You work overtime, no more tax. It's so, those are big, but they're minor compared to the big things. Taxes reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in, but it's a 68% tax increase and many other bad things. I don't even want to, some of them are so bad I don't even want to talk about them. I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country, and I think that Leader Thune and this gentleman right here, what he's gone through on this with, you know, we started off with a majority of 1, now I guess we have 7, so it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right? And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed, it's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense. It's tax cuts, it's border wall funding, it's military funding properly spent. It's all things that are like common sense. They're all good. There's nothing tricky about it. It's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one, think of it, not one Democrat vote in the House. Mike, not one. Maybe somebody will come along. I don't know how they can run for office. So many different things. We're gonna, very important, Medicare and Medicaid are gonna be strengthened, not hurt. You know, they're using fake narrative. Oh, we're gonna, no, they're gonna be strengthened. We're gonna strengthen them. They're gonna destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Social Security under them is gonna be devastated. With us, it's gonna be kept, but much stronger than before. And very interestingly, I saw this and I proved it because for 4 years, I never hurt Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. I've already been there. But they're going to destroy Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They're going to wipe them out, in my opinion, because their policies are so bad, the country will have no money to pay for them. We're going to make them stronger than ever before. Thank you very much, everybody.
Back to the testimony. Oh, testimony's over also. Cool. All right. $30-year auctions at 1 o'clock. With 10 minutes to go, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more pump. Especially with the 30-year down like 1% today. You'd think bulls would be getting on that like pre-auction train and trying to push up a little higher. At least maybe like the high of the day, like 40, 43, whatever the fuck this was. 44.67. You gotta get past the event so they can sell puts at 60.50. I don't think they're gonna do that. At least not right now. 30 year is gonna be weird. Lending's tight right now. It could, I mean, potentially the 30-year auction could turn a lot of this around. It would have been worse if PPI were hotter, but it's still pretty important. The 10-year auction wasn't quite as good as April's. So a little worse, which is not the direction, people want to see things going. And so if the 30-year auction's also just a little worse, that could be rough. Do you have any recommendations for an air fryer? It's a oven with a fan in it. I think the smaller the container, the more convection you get. So bigger ones would quote like bake things that appeared to be more like frying, and or smaller ones, and then like bigger ones would be closer to like just an oven. More convection is the larger ones. Well, no, because in a smaller fryer you have higher velocity, which is better connective heat transfer. So the smaller it is, the more efficient, the faster the heat transfer. Why are you arguing like... There's too many assumptions in this problem. I object. We're making some generalizations, admittedly. You could have a larger unit that's better engineered and more efficient than a smaller one. But I think the majority of the time, the smaller container size is going to be better than a larger oven. I could have a larger unit, but is it worth the risk? Look what happened to Elon. Elon's dick being like fucked up beyond being usable is arguably one of the best things to come out of this timeline. We were talking about a man who spent like $80 million on his hair. So, what did you expect? He's clearly got some, issues. Wait, what? Elon used to be bald like a cue ball. Wait, full story? Apparently, well, this is like a rumor based on something Grimes said. Elon tried to make his dick bigger and fucked his dick up. Implant? It was either an implant or like the fillers. Probably fillers. There's a pro athlete that claims he got a surgery that took him from 3 inches to... Who the fuck wants an 11-inch dick? You can't even use that. It's not... That's just a way... It's like getting buff at the gym. It's just, the only people impressed by it are other dudes. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I want to see what it looks like. I can tell you assuredly, Potato Tom, no girl in the world wants you to fuck them with an 11-inch dick. It's just not comfortable. Well, probably not no girl, but there are very few of them. I'm so sad that you never read my member milestone chat. When was it? Was it today? Oh shit. Hey Gherk, I just had ChatGPT write a fake book called Mustard Line. I did read that. Oh wait, no I didn't. I read Johnny Utah's. Mustard Line is a strategic investment and con some fools into buying it for big money. Anyway, thanks for being immensely ruggedly handsome. I'm glad at least you're making money somewhere. That's racist, AJ. You can Botox your... I don't think you'd want to Botox your wiener. Given that would paralyze it. That's her... No. What? 30-year high yield 4.844, previous 4.819, yield before auction 4.859. It's quite a decent sized pass through. $22 billion auction. Where's the fucking bid to cover? Fed bid 395 million. Bessant says we'll see if the China tariff pause ends in August. Musk's AI startup XAI is using AMD's MI300 AI chips. Ooh, that's awkward. Ooh, Lisa Su came out and said MI350 AI chips are faster than NVIDIA counterparts. Sounds like it's time to pump AMD. How's it doing? Is it even up today? How is this not up on this news? Oh, wait, that's right. AI doesn't make any fucking money. Yeah, it could kind of take off above 122. Big drop in IV into next week, though. $30-day options are a little pricey. But there's some cheap options here between like 620 and 725. Hmm. Yeah, 60-day options are cheap as fuck. So are 90-day. Gamma kind of tops out 129, 130. Interesting. All right. Uh, Ah. All right, so some bot calls at 35. The rest of the bot calls down at 25, 20, 15. Still not getting a lot of bot calls to the upside of spot. So resistance at 40, 45, and 50 remains. Sold puts are coming in though. Although this kind of feels a lot like yesterday, where they pushed up hard on the delta off of sold puts, but as that delta starts to collapse into the end of the day, the like things sell off. Be aware of that, by the way. When the market's being pushed up by sold puts, you know, those have some delta earlier in the day. But as the day progresses, that delta falls to 0 and becomes less supportive. So this is part of the mechanics of when the market is pushed up largely on sold puts, is that in the early part of the day, the dealer has to pick up a lot of delta to offset on the hedge, and that drives prices up. But as you approach the end of the day, that delta that they have to carry declines, and so they start to dump it. I don't know if we're gonna get out to VN yet. Like 40, 45, 40 and 45 have a lot of sold calls. And then like 50 is a synthetic short, which applies pressure to the downside in this range. So if nothing else, 50 is definitely a big fucking resistance. Is the top bid on Carvana? I don't know, but if you want to short it, make sure you have a lot of theta. Near-term options are way too overpriced. you writing in a journal? Today I sold puts. No. Well, in the tarnation, I was watching the Spaceballs 2 trailer and it brought me here after the video. Excellent. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. Hey, Carl. How you doing, man? Hmm. One second. Oh wait, is anything fun gonna happen here? Yeah, maybe they got enough leverage to push out to 50. One sec. I did the inverse thing there. I was on the Discord, but not on the stream. Hey, guys. So, we might have found a little support here, but the bounce on, like, ES and NQ is fairly low volume. What secret top did you tell the Discord? I don't know. Was I on the stream when I described the dynamics of what's going on with the bulls here? Like 10 minutes ago? I don't know how long I've been not on the stream. No? Oh, okay. So you have a bunch of bulls that sold puts early this morning. And then you have a bunch of bulls that are trying to buy calls to push price up. But the bulls that sold puts are taking profits, which is kind of flatlining the responsiveness of price action. You were not here for a very long time. Fuck. God damn it. I'm still getting used to the new computer setup. It's a bit weird. All my buttons don't do the things they're supposed to yet. You said 1 second 45 minutes ago. Alright, well, I thought I turned it back on. Whoops. At least I've been talking on the Discord the whole time. So those, like, 5 people heard me. Odds of dumping? A loss of 40 would be pretty bad here, I think. So I'd be probably watching, like, the 37 level. Maybe as, like, a confirm. That's what we get for not liking the stream. Yeah, that's it. That was, that's why I did it. Good job, Taco Squire. Gherkin alone in a room, reading chat out loud to no one. That's actually what was happening. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so. You're very fuzzy today. Like my beard? I haven't trimmed it for a little while. Also, rude. I made my money I lost yesterday and a little bit more. Thank you, Pickle Man. Nice, Boxy. Well done, dude. Only 170 likes. I added everyone. Some people just don't want to do it, man. They don't click like until they make money. But they also don't frequently make money. It's an issue. I don't know how to solve it. I have to remove the market from the stream somehow. That's why we need to raise the price of Billionaire. True. I could just make it the same price as Pigeon Wheel. Just make us money and we won't have a problem. I can't tell who liked the stream. That would just be like doing a GS giveaway randomly. 1K per month. Fuck the pores. I'm gonna raise it to 1K. Danimal's not gonna sign up. No, YouTube has a cap on how much you can charge for memberships per month. It's not like OnlyFans. I have to move the stream to OnlyFans first. I would pay 1K a month for Gamma Strike. Well, you don't have to, so look at that. Would you believe me if I said I liked the stream? I don't know, I did give you a pretty sweet cologne recommendation, so I'd assume yes. Is this what happens to the pickle jar? I can reduce it to like 50 people, but make 10 times more money a month? Hmm. I don't know. If Dillionaire is $1,000 a month, I gotta get that shit off of YouTube, because they take like 60%. You should just make a Dorks Quesadillas tier, and Cobra could pay $1,000 a month for the same features. Yeah, if he doesn't sign back up for fucking Pigeon Whale, that's what's gonna happen anyway. No, it's not Calvin Klein. Gross. And also not Drakkar Noir. Why are you hanging out with your ex? Why are there some of you actively arguing for me to charge you 10 times more money a month? Ridiculous. As a rudimentary options trader, is GS worth it for me to just see the VNs, or what would be the benefit to me? You would be able to better inform your positioning based on the positioning around where you're positioning that is already in place in the market, which, I mean, I think is very important for somebody who actively trades options or stocks. Honestly, it's the mustard. If you guys want to just give me free money, you can do that. Like, I don't need to set up any kind of structure for it. There is a round table tonight, that's correct. The last one was really fucking good, too. I liked it. It was some fun shit. No, bro, it's not a cult. You think it's a good idea to strangle here? No, Vol's like, how long? Like, what time frame are you thinking? There's still a little bit more potential crush tomorrow, so 0DT strangles? Are they cheap enough now? That sounds awful. It's like $11 at the money. Here's your cut. Thanks, Gamma Strike. Thanks, Cobra. Is that 20%? Killing it. Could have just started a fucking hedge fund. Why did I do this? I don't know what happened, but my Dollar Tree calls went in the money. Nice. Trade deal, maybe? There's obviously at least more than 0 participants, so we're going to keep the market right exactly here till OPEX. Charm flows pick up a lot next week, though. It'll be hard to keep the market in one spot. That's 0.006% of my gains today. What kind of commission structure is that? It's a big question. How do I learn to use the data in Gamma Strike? First off, read the documentation. There is training in the docs. Or do I have to watch 40 hours of YouTube? 20 if you play it at 2x speed. I just want to make sure I know how to use it. I mean, the best way to learn how to use it is to probably read the documentation. Then, you know, if you feel confident in your understanding of that, sign up and then practice with it. Make assumptions, test them, see if those assumptions are correct, and prove out to be true more often than not. This is how you develop a trading strategy. Login issues with Gamma Strike? Can't reset password, got signed out. Fuck. Might not be able to fix that immediately. Why can't you reset your password? Okay, can you DM me? Because I'm gonna need more information from you. It's not great on mobile yet. We're working on getting it so it works on mobile, but it is definitely more of a desktop-based platform right now. Or laptop or tablet. It works fine on tablets. A bunch of us cannot get in. Everyone's getting kicked out. Oh shit. Hold on. Ooh. I think Beta Kings are okay. Yeah, they might be. I'm in beta. I haven't had any problem yet. It's probably an authentication issue. Alright, use the stream as a backup for now, because I have different environments. You know the stream's black, right? Yeah, I'm working on it. Here. There you go. You didn't sabotage anything. Stream goes black, my position turns red. Stream comes back, my position turns green. Coincidence? I think not. Silly. No, that's a testimony. There's still a bunch of bot calls at 45. Seems like they're getting fucked though. Nothing but sold puts and sold calls to the downside of spot. I think this might fail. Weird. GB might bounce off 20. There's not a lot of support there, though. Most of the support was back at 25. Dev NPR Pro. Do we have a good chance of filling that downside gap at 18 before close? I think if we lose 40 here, yeah, we could keep tumbling. Due to this inconvenience, I demand a new feature be launched tonight. Are you in the beta? Because if you are, then there will be. Tested just above 37 here, but not quite at 37 yet. Need to lose 37 to confirm the loss at 40. Ball's still turning up though. So maybe more out of the money profit taking. Yeah, logged everybody out and apparently won't let them back in. Including our environments. I'm just not getting logged out on live data because I don't know, I'm not trying to re-enter it. I was already logged in. Was a pitch mill for a week? Surely I'm not a beta boy. Probably not, unless you went through the whole beta sign-up process. I think you'd know. Can't take these outages? You mean the only one we've ever had? At least I'm logged into like 500 instances of Gamma Strike. Ooh, nice. Big ol' sell-off. My remote work connection had problems at the same time. I think the problem might not be limited to GS. Oh, interesting. There's an ongoing outage in Firebase app hosting API. That's, yeah, today. No, Discord's not muted. I also can't upload images to Discord right now. Cyber attack from Iran? Oh, maybe. Or Russia? No one can? Oh, okay, so this isn't us. This is like a broader issue. Can't share images via DM or in the pickle jar. I can't share them outside the pickle jar either. Netscope had a service interruption as well. Watching my open short with bated breath as solar flares destroy the internet. If solar flares destroy all the data, who's to say you had an open put? Is the US experiencing a cyber attack? Maybe. Also, who's to say I have a mortgage? It's true. It's true. I mean, the holder of the deed, I would presume, in that case. Greg, I manage Azure Cloud DC, and I accidentally powered off a server named GSDsnuts BHOYZ01. Was that y'all? No comment. What if I eat the deed? You did make a Mr. Robot themed stream card the other day. Yeah, but that show wasn't good. God damn it. I can't even upload memes. They've crashed memes. GME chart's really weird. Why? Because you want it to be? Is it... What's happening? It's just flatlined. It's barcoding super hard. Yeah, I see. Ah, yes. Thank you, Dork. Because I was trying to fucking upload an image of that for like 5 minutes. Is that the seller box? Maybe. I don't know how to use it very well, but I guess your gamma straight charting is a beautiful thing. Watching it bounce off that line all day is satisfying. I feel like it'd be more satisfying if it fell through that line, but that's just me. Oh shit, it is frozen. No, it's not. Price is still updating. Slower. Maybe because everyone's having issues. I will say there is no actual gap here, but if I refresh this page, I think it'll log me out, and then we'll have nothing. What about WeBull? I don't really know if this is a knife catch yet. It's a bounce. It's a bounce back into the bot calls the upside, but yeah, I don't think it changes much. I don't think I have a position open on Webull right now. I'll fill the downside gap. NQ finding a little bit of support on 21.9, but not a lot. Again, still pretty low volume. The drop off in gamma is nasty. The only hiccup to that's like the 35 strike. But failing to regain 40 there is definitely not a good look. Is Jimmy gonna rip? Why? Just because it's doing weird shit? I don't know. Oh, look, it bounced. I wonder if that was an early indication. No one can log into Gamma Strike right now. There's like authentication issues. They're having an outage of some sort. It seems to be affecting like a bunch of things, like Discord and other shit as well. I puts on the off provider. If it's their fault. Could be like Cloudflare or something like that too. Bunch of bot puts coming in 60-40 and short puts closing at 60-25. GB exploding up towards negative 22% on the day. Why did we not hit your expected move? Oh, for yesterday? Because PPI wasn't hot. Only year over year was. Everything else was flat. Flat or slightly cooler. So we got the neutral print day, which is played out pretty much as I expected. Google Cloud is having issues per my dev team at work. PBI had to be negative to be bullish? No, just not, like, it had to be cooler than the analyst expectation, which it wasn't. Flat would have also been good. Anything that really, I mean, even where it came in was slightly bullish. And still in line with, like, the analyst expectations were real wide. But, like, I think the top end of, like, core PPI was 0.3 month over month, with the bottom end being at, like, negative 0.1. Does Beyond do anything interesting about 350? I have no idea. Yeah, we could get a pretty nice dump here. I think we kind of exhausted the fairly low amount of buyers at this level, so maybe room to move down. NQ's at major support, which is part of the reason this is getting hung up. But if NQ slips 21.9, yeah, we'll probably get a fat dump. There's a small gap to the upside of spot at 37. It's like a penny, but it's there. It's right here. Yeah, I think this might have to do with the Google Cloud outages, actually. I don't understand how the Pickles Picks index is so closely tied to the market at large, because that's the way my portfolio is designed. Oh, we gapped it again. Oh, weird. Okay. Double gap to the downside of spot now. Still no volume on the futures bounces. I had some 60-30 puts. I got them at like 250. I got out at 5. It was like 260. I got out at 5. When did you get them? Like up here closer to 40? I think it's still print. Oh, hold on. I gotta take this call. 1 second. All right. No, I'm back. I had to answer a phone call. One second. Oh, the positive pressure from my air conditioner has created a situation where my office door now just pops open and my cat gets in. Every time Gherkin says 1 second, we bounce and my puts evaporate. Hmm. Interesting. Maybe I just leave the computer every time I close a position. No, no vent above the door. Bring on Arthur Perns. How dare you insult him like that? No, just a poorly designed apartment. That's all. Character name. Has anybody been able to get back into GS? Yep, yep. It's working again. Nice. Yeah, I think it might have just been a service outage. Yeah. But can you meme in Discord? I don't know. Yes, I can. JFresh said 10-year free Gamma Strike. I have a copy of it. JFresh can't authorize 10 years of free Gamma Strike. Mmm. This popcorn is delicious. He's eating popcorn, trader. No. Popcorn Trader was here like 2 days ago. He's not deceased. He popped in and asked when down. Did you tell him? Of course not. Actually, maybe I did. I don't remember. Hmm. It's more like a $7 range. When did Trump start talking? I don't remember. Neither does he. Yeah. Some of the 60, 25, and 35 puts getting bought back. There's still a big pile of calls at 45. We just can't seem to get them in the money. Maybe because of the synthetic short. Charm's got to be positive here at least. Yeah, a little. I would love a 50 or 55 test so I could sell some calls. Then those could be as cool as the puts I sold this morning. VN's up at 50, but yeah. Almost every strike is net sold calls to the upside. The 45 ones are, like, the strike is net sold, but the calls there have been majority bought over the last, like, hour or so. It's more likely that those calls are, like, sold calls closing, but that should still help upside price action. How many DTE? 0. I wouldn't sell anything longer than that this close to spot. No, I don't expect a new daily high before a dawn. I just said it'd be nice. Because then I could sell calls. Can't sell calls here. Too dangerous. I'm not going to tell you guys puts or calls. Because I provide analysis. I'm not your personal stock signal. That'd be weird. So trying to use me. I'll be more specific. I don't want to do that. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Then don't complain about 0.006% commission. Fuck you. Gherk, charge him $1,000. He didn't make 83K today. He'd be going apeshit if he did. He's an accountant. It's like half a year's salary. Charge him anyway. Switzerland hit 0% interest rates soon. Can I write box spreads of the carry trade for guaranteed money? Interesting. I have to think about it. Probably not. It's like you'd have to write spreads and then fund the short box with like USD or something. But then you're super exposed to currency volatility. So I think theoretically, but in practice, probably not. Sometimes I dream he is me. Oh, don't you know that's what I wanted, what I dream to be. Like Gherk, if I can be like Gherk, I want to be. I want to trade like Gherk. The new Gatorade commercial. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Nicolaire. Holy shit, this is boring. Some of the bot calls at 45 are closing, finally. Hmm. My son gives you 0.006% commissions, and he's living in my basement for free. I think not. Nice. Mm. We fell back to 40. That's a good start. Gee, I mean, shareholders meeting was last night. Hmm. Hmm. Slipping 40. Yeah, there's sold puts at 40. And 35, and 30, and 25, and 20, and 15. All the way down to 59.15. Yeah, 59.15. It was like 1,400 volume down there today. People just selling the fuck out of the tails. It's good money if you don't get blown up. If it loses 40, do you think there's a good chance it tests 30? Could test 30 or even 20, potentially. Guess it depends on how much vol the move picks up. Right now, like, quite a lot. Like a 30 test, vol's pushing up quick. Left a gap to the upside at 41. And there's a gap right here that we've not been able to fill at 41.85. Maybe significant that we haven't filled that gap yet. And volatility's been kind of ticking higher since like 2 o'clock, which is interesting. So it won't lose 40? I mean, I don't know. It needs to lose like 30, 37, but if it did, it would be pretty fun. Yeah, needs to lose like 37. There's a little gap there too. From that double gap earlier. Note for the audience, if losing a level makes for bearish price action, pumpers literally never let it fail. I don't know if they have much of a choice here. There's the decay of charm to consider. Or, well, just charm to consider. It's decay of delta to consider. And there's a pretty steep drop off in gamma. Keeping the 40 strike in the money benefits that, but when it falls out of the money, that kind of starts to turn around a little bit. Charm's only a little bit supportive here. We finally fill that gap. 41. Let's see what we got going on here. Holy shit, volumes are so low. Vol's still going up here. VIX at 18. And it would appear that there's not a lot of buyers up here. No more support at 35 on the drop either, just straight to negative gamma. Get some gaps filled to the downside. Still a gap back at 18 from earlier. It's like way down here though. It's a pretty fat one. Refresh out some of that bad data that we got during the outage. Vol still pushing. Bot puts 40, 35, 30. Some coming in at 25. The biggest sold put support to the downside's 2015. But gamma also flattens out around there, so technically it could keep going if it kept selling off. Vol increases pretty linearly at each strike to the downside. NQ retesting 21.9 again. Looks like we retested 37 from the downside, got rejected. So if this fails, it should open up a slightly more interesting move. Not a lot of time left, though. We only have 14 minutes. Yeah, if bears pile into this, it's all theirs. They could definitely squeeze the fuck out of some of these short calls, or short puts. And the swing and delta will favor them too, because there's short calls sold at 30 and 25 still, that are still on the chain. Bears aren't real. They show up when it's a good time to make money. Someone said we wouldn't lose 40 back at 42, and here we are. Too bad bears don't exist. Every institution right now is still like position net short equities. I'm just always here. My board has the battle scars to prove it. And yet, here we are. Yeah. Ooh. Nice. See, bears. Little ones, but bears. No, 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 no. Go back the other way. Fuck you. Crush the buyers. There you go. Fuck them. Fuck them real good. No, 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 no. There you go. No. Ah. Oh, so close. We left a little tiny gap at the top of that. Right here. Okay, gap's filled. It's more than my goiters can take. Have you considered... iodized salt? How do you get so jacked? It starts in the kitchen. I thought iodized salt was just a marketing thing. There's barely any in there. There's enough in there to keep you from getting fucking goiters. What the fuck is a goiter? Who has that? That's like corns on feet. I don't understand how people get those things. No, you can't eat feet. Well, I mean, I guess you could. It's really gross, though. There's only 8 minutes left. What bounce? Even buyers on NQ panicking the second it slipped 21.9. It was interesting. I don't know if we have enough time to sell off now, though. Just a little unfortunate. Almost got there. Negative exposure to the downside's growing a little bit. Which probably means we just close right here. In the worst possible place. They did. All they had to do was crush that fucking incoming buy. And that would have been it. They still could. I mean, they just push it down one more time. And fucking squeeze out all the bulls that just sold puts. Oh, there we go. Hold on. They're doing it. God fucking damn. Bastards. Five minutes left. Just a shitload of buyers on NQ under 21.9. Just waiting to buy the dip. We got a 21.892 test. I'd like to thank the outage from keeping me from making poor decisions. Hmm. Man, Ivy still picks up a lot to the downside, though. 4 minutes left? It's charm like right here. It's got to still be just a little bit positive. Yeah, it goes negative under 30. Lame. Is there any alpha for this to swing the other way? Test 50? Hmm. Almost filled the gap at 41. There's one right here. And then they're leaving a gap back here at 41. Okay, I think the gap filled. Yeah, exactly. To the penny. And then they push. Nice. Fucking Christ. How many out of the money calls did they buy? Not even that many. It's 2,500. Buying calls all the way out to 65. Rejected. Okay, downside gap filled now. Probably too much profit taking at 40 to move higher. I think there's only a couple seconds left. Those sons of bitches. Oh. High of the day? Nice. Ding ding. That was excessive, yeah. It was impressive. What caused the pump into close? Shitload of call buying. Most of it further out of the money though. So a lot of the calls that bought that helped with that turned around didn't print, but like there was a shitload of calls at 50, 55, 60, 65. Just squeezing out the shorts. Like the bears that came in. I got squeezed on the NQ bounce. Lame. Anyway. Would have been fun. I had some nice 10-cent puts I was hoping would go in the money. All right. Closing just under Vega neutral for the end of day. Not realizing either of the market makers expected moves, and PPI mostly cool with the exception of the year over year, which was slightly hot. Wasn't too much in Bessant's testimony to the Senate today, unlike yesterday. And Trump, I don't really think said anything super impactful to markets. He did ramble a lot, but not much of it was market related. ES closing back above 60.31. making the right shoulder of a head and shoulders under the 60.56 level here, but back above trend and back above the breakout level for that local trend. So something to keep an eye on. This might top out around here. I think looks like 60.52.50. If it does and starts to fail in the overnight session, that might be a breakdown of this distribution, right? We have kind of like the distributive price action through here. Oops. And then we got a little bit, well, a little bit lower low here between these two, and so that might be this is kind of just trying to knife catch the end of that distribution. If this pump fails, which it could, that could actually mark like a local high, and we might get a pullback to, I don't know, necklines like 59.62, right around there. Maybe 59.27, although I feel like that's a stretch. Dollar continued to dump today with slightly cooler inflation. We saw yields at the top end of the curve move down sharply, but yields at the short end of the curve up. So like a bunch of the bills, especially the 3-month, moving up. 6 months still down, but not too much downside in the belly of the curve relative to the top end. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month actually continued moving up today, so still seeing a breakdown in dispersion. Maybe tech underperforming a little bit here, possibly a sector rotation into more defensives. Given how overvalued tech is right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Commodities perfectly flat on the day. Gold, oil, silver, copper, industrial metals up, agriculturals, some of the materials largely down. Gold had some nice performance relative to the dollar. Leverage on the carry trade dropping. This is largely due to the decline in the dollar, I think, right now, but we are starting to see the forward yield on volatility pick up due to that leverage falling off. Up about 4 points at close today from yesterday at negative 11%. Still no bond volatility. I would have expected more yesterday, given that we had like 2% drop in yields across the board, but we're continuing to get drops, drop in yields with the inflation data, and so we might see bond volatility continue to move down, which is actually inverse what's going on with correlation right now. Skew up a tiny bit. I don't think it's hit a new high yet. No, it hasn't, but still not a lot of out of the money put demand. And this staying at basically the same level it's been at since like May OPEX. Hasn't really changed much. I would say it's maybe getting slightly more bullish. The number of the breadth here is starting to collapse a little bit. Looks like the number of stocks above their 20-day and 50-day and 200-day moving average all fell in line with one another, but stocks above their 50-day still a larger percentage of the S&P above its 50-day than its 20, which is kind of interesting, I guess. Another up day on VX. Despite increasingly negative correlation, we're starting to see vol pick up. I think this is largely due to out of the money profit taking on short puts, but we've seen this effect before we get larger spikes in volatility. I don't know if that would come this week or next, but we might be getting close to something like that. Generally, you know, as that correlation starts to break apart, volatility starts to move up. Right, and you can kind of observe it here a few times in the past. See this like gentle downtrend in correlation, and then you get a move up in vol. Same back here, you know. Although we would expect a larger spike in volatility somewhere in here, which we haven't gotten yet. So, but I would say that correlation isn't moving down so quickly that, you know, it's indicative of a ton of more vol shorting. Something to keep an eye on. I mean, this kind of already bottomed out here around like the 17 level, and so there might be some short volatility positioning closing out here at the new low, and I think we're seeing the effects from that. Fed fund futures pricing up a little bit more today on PPI data, not nearly as much as it moved on CPI, but pricing in just over 2 rate cuts for January, so that means maybe almost fully pricing 1 rate cut for this year. But that rate cut not in September. September is still pricing in about 13 points. And then July of next year, moving up from 3 rate cuts to like 3.5 almost, right there in between at 0.865. Yeah, and the bear steepener getting hammered a little bit today without the belly of the curve giving out. Everything pretty flat. I mean, I guess we had some movement in Microsoft. Oracle did really well today. Nvidia and AVGO did fine, but like Apple, Meta, Netflix, Amazon, Tesla down on the day. So a lot of mixed losers. AMD had some fantastic news today and still fell. I would keep an eye on this though. Musk said he's going to use the new AMD MI300 and 450 chips, as did Sam Altman. Both stating that they were cheaper and faster than the NVIDIA equivalent chips, and that could be extremely significant for a company that currently does not have cash flows or revenues anywhere close to what NVIDIA has. And so if they're out competing NVIDIA in that market, and something AMD does very well, is they could really they could really take off. So I mean, I would monitor that situation. Obviously, getting those orders in and placed would go a long way towards NVIDIA or AMD seeing price improvement because of that. But I would watch very, very carefully for what's going on there, because if that's the case and AMD's like MI450 chips significantly outclass the H100s, not only would NVIDIA, like the pair trade there, like short NVIDIA, long AMD would be nuts. Well, I mean, if people want to buy it, they want to buy it at a cheaper price, right? So getting shorted on great news, not completely out of pocket. Today's high a little lower than yesterday's. So we're getting some consolidation, but I don't think we've gotten a breakdown yet. We still got support at the trend at our low for the day. So that has not failed either. 60.31, not really a signal to the downside, but maybe like 59.47 would be. And the next upside resistance of some importance is the 60.99 level, which is like December's high. Still not a full reversal here, unfortunately, which makes this specific range really tricky. Because if we don't get new all-time highs, the chances of this failing harder are greater. Because, you know, like say we test like 60.99 and then pull back to, you know, 58.37. That's going to shake out a lot of buyers that came in here on this dip. They are not going to want to be, you know, taking that chance again, and especially, you know, at a lower high. So that's about it, though. I don't think really anything super significant with the technical levels change there. The EMA 30 getting a little close to that 58.78 level, but nothing significant. I do want to point out, like out here on the monthly, you know, we're still like, it's much more obvious that we're still short of a full reversal here. Like we're starting to trade up into the range that's, you know, just a bit higher than where the majority of interest was in like November, December, Jan. But we're still way below like the Feb high, which is out at like 61.43 or something. And any failure, especially of the month's low, so below 58.61, would be construed pretty badly here. We're also in a giant island. Yeah, yeah, we are. That's more like it's more like out here on like the 4 hour where you have to see that. But yeah, we are. Several of them, actually. But anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good night. Later.